What's up, everybody? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Thanks for joining me, friends. That was the beginning of pandemic, out flying with steel at my favorite spot in all of Atlanta, I believe. Glide 5-inch rig, same specs as they currently are. Although I think back then they were on Pro 2s. I think this is F40 Pro 2, not F40 Pro 4. But I mean, I have the Pro 4's motor scaled down to to put down the same thrust as the Pro 2's used to anyway. So yeah, I'm basically still flying Pro 2's. In the chat, there are many people. I'm going to go over here to participant list, and it's going to be missing some folks, but there's nothing I can do about that. Blame YouTube. 661FPV, Aaron FPV, Abraham Air, Bender FPV, Alex E, Banshee Frenzy, Big Willie. I'm going to stop saying the word FPV over and over again. I'm just going to read your guys' first names if I can remember. I won't remember. Brad Ledbrow, Caustic, Chomper, Chris Mel, CMYK, Don J, Daniel Cole, Daryl Hickman, Dauntless H, Del Squatcho, Don Lads, AA, Dreams.FPV. See, I already forgot. Expander, Fenbot, Frank Nicholas, Freelojo, Guy Tall Pie, Head Skull, Jafar Zaidi, Jay, Jeff Star 369, Jonathan Stieber, or Staber, or Staber, or Stuber, KVFPV, I forgot again, Keller, Ken Hill, Christian, Layman Board, man, come on YouTube, you can't keep changing the list on me. It just, Mr. Huggy, License to Drive, Mustang Pilot, Pandemic Pilot, that's a good one. Paul MC, Private Island, Rhinosaur, Redbeard, the Pilot, Proton to Go, Richard Warwick, Ripper, Ripper, not FPV, I'm not saying FPV anymore, Rob Axelson, Riot 9, Sack 14, Sack 14, Save, what? Speedy Turtle, SuprDlux, T-Bird, Weirdo with a Skateboard, Tiago Ramos, Twisted Skies, Weaby, I'm not even going to try that last name, and Euro FPV. What's up, fools? Special guest in the chat is SuprDlux. Everybody say hello to SuprDlux, or I will beat you to death with a shovel. Your choice. Here's a link to SuprDlux's channel. If you don't go and subscribe right now, again, beaten with a shovel. Your choice. Go subscribe to SuprDlux. He's a super cool dude, a huge supporter of this channel. You may have noticed he was on the opening screen there as one of the top patrons, has been for a long time. He contacted me a little bit longer ago than I would like to admit. Shit's been kind of crazy lately. But I'm finally getting to it. Sorry for the delay, brother. He contacted me probably a few months ago at this point. And he said, hey, my Acrobrat doesn't fly right. I want to do some giveaway stuff with you to support the channel and to you know, grow both of ours sphere of influence. He didn't say this. I'm just being a lunatic. So he sent over 2 Moongoat frames, actually. One for me, one for you guys. And his Acrobrat, and a remix frame that I actually already gave away on one of the Monday night giveaways. And some other really cool stuff. So yeah, we're gonna do the Acrobrat today. We're gonna give away the Moongoat. We're gonna give a shout out to Quad. That's the right button. We're gonna give a shout out to Quad 3D. They sent over the TPU, and their TPU looks really nice. Their prints are very, very clean, like clean on the level of BMC 3D and Brain 3D. And those are the sort of the top guys in TPU right now. And okay, so here's what we're gonna do for the giveaway. For a long time now, I've been asking you guys to, if something fun happens in the live streams, to grab a time code for me and drop it down in the comments. By the way, there's SuprDlux's channel. How can you not subscribe to that channel? Look at all that red. He's got his logo over and over again. He's doing all the right things, and he's making really good content too. Go subscribe. If he doesn't get from 716 subscribers to 1,000 today during this stream, I quit FPV. It's probably not going to happen because I only usually have 50 people in here. But if we can get him 50 subs, that's pretty damn good. Yeah. Okay. So here's how it's going to work. In today's live stream, when something interesting happens, you need to grab the time code and you need to leave a comment. And at the end of today's stream, I have no idea how long this stream is going to be. The stream is going to be as long as it takes to fix this Acrobrat. At the end of this stream, I think I can go into the... I assume I can go into my own stream link and throw it into the comment. Well, we're going to learn something at the end of the stream. Worst case scenario, if we can't do it, I might have to wait for the stream to like process or whatever. Once it's done processing, I'll do another quick stream. But we'll figure that out at the end of the stream. So yeah, you got to comment. You got to actually comment on the live stream as it's happening, which you should be able to do, and you got to comment with a time code. In order to get a time code, all you got to do is a number and then the colon sign. He said colon, and then another number. If it's over an hour in, it's going to be a number, colon, a number, colon, a number. Well, for you guys, it's the other way, but yeah. So drop a comment down below with a time code and a little description of what interesting thing happened at that time code, and there's your entry to win the Moongoat. Should take you all of about 5 seconds. I don't think that's too much to ask for a $100 Premiere, brand new, ultra hype train loaded on the Hype Train frame. It has nothing to do with Hype Train, the company, but new things are on the Hype Train, right? Hey, is the mic working? I'm super behind on chat. Go figure. Nobody's screaming about the mic though, so in theory, it's oh, and you got to do the other stuff. You got to subscribe. You guys know what the fuck to do. Thumbs up, subscribe, leave a comment. Yes, that's what you have to do. That's it. It sounds foggy but not horrible. Well, that's what you get for having shitty gear, I guess. At least it's not super low. Turn your volume up. It's definitely not super low. The volume meter is moving around as it should be. See? Perfect. Exactly. Sac14 save says you can't do it in the chat though. Sac save. You got to do it in the actual comments of the video. I can't search the chat. But that's a perfect example. Save said 12:09 CiottiFPV got my name wrong. That's a perfect example of a comment that he or she could leave, and yeah. So there you go. Hey, also oh god damn it. Thanks, Frank. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Let me turn the proper mic on, and let me know if it works. So I need to turn off the webcam mic. Oh, Christ. That's not... Oh, wait, here we go. There we go. And the volume meter dropped down nice and low, so that should mean that there's no nonsense. Yeah, I know you can't. Did you guys really not follow? I was making fun. Okay, so this should be good. Hold on, let me switch the microphone on the other two scenes. Hold on a second, and then we'll actually get to work. In the interim, go to CiottiFPV.com. There's a million different ways that you can support me. I am trying to do this full time. I'm hoping to not fail at this like I failed at everything in my life. That's me being dramatic, but so yeah, I need everybody's help. I need everybody to chip in $1 or $2 or $3, and if everybody does that, then I can keep making awesome stuff for you guys. So do it or don't. It's up to you. Be right back. I gotta change some scenes and push some buttons to get the mic going. In a second. Go to CiottiFPV.com. You better. Now's your chance. Lots of affiliate link buttons. Go click all the affiliate link buttons, and then you don't have to worry about it. Bench zoom. I gotta turn off the webcam audio. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now it's good on that scene. Let's do this one here. And I need to turn off the webcam audio. Hey, all right, so I think we're good. Cool. Let's, before we get to work, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go to CiottiFPV. I'm going to show you guys a cool trick. If you go here and you hold down either your control or your command button, you can come down here to these affiliate links and go, and then it will have opened these all in individual tabs. And then my affiliate link info will be saved in your browser so that you don't have to remember the next time that you do an order on AliExpress or Camera Butter or Banggood or FPV Crate or Get FPV or Amazon to click the button before you do the order. It'll just be saved in there. So go and click those buttons if you don't mind. It really does help. The affiliate links are your guys' way of supporting me financially for free. So yeah. If you take 1 second to do that, then I'll love you forever. In the chat, let me super quick just blast through the chat. Okay, so things are picking up to the point where I'm gonna try to hit all the people that tag me in the chat, but I'm gonna fail. If you absolutely need for me to see your comment, you got to do a super chat. Super chats I will never miss. You can try tagging me by just typing CiottiFPV into the chat. That will light your comment up in orange. And like I said, I will try my best to get to it. I do a pretty damn good job, as you can ask anybody that's been in here for more than one stream. But yeah, things are picking up, so realistically it's going to be tough. Chomper tagged me. Weirdo with a skateboard tagged me. Jafar Zaidi tagged me. Espander, Fenbot. Frank Nicholas told me that I was using the wrong microphone. Thank you, Frank. Big Willie says your mic sounds like it's under a pillow. That's because it was a crappy mic. Scroll. Dauntless says normal mic poopy fart. Oh wait, no. Normal mic is poopy farting robot. No, wait, what? Lawrence Martin tagged me. It's Darts tagged me. Riot9 with a $4.20 super chat. He said healthcare for his comment. Thank you for that, Riot. You put me the weed number of dollars closer to being able to get insurance. That is really what the next goal is for me. I know that seems like a very boring adult humdrum goal, but I'm 39 years old. And my body is falling the fuck apart. And COVID-19 is killing people. So I would love to have health insurance again. It's been almost, I've not had it almost the entire year. I got laid off from my career very early this year with the pandemic. And yeah, I'd been building up to sort of that with FPV, just kind of working for the last 3 years, learning as much as I could. And I figured, well, now's the chance. I had 6 months of unemployment, and then that went away, unfortunately. Thanks, Trump. But yeah, it's been really good. You guys have made this happen. Thank you times a million. And I think we should just keep going. What do you guys think? Let's just keep going. It's Darts. Tagged me. Loon tagged me. Pandemic Pilot said grab an array mic. I don't even know what an array mic is. SuprDlux with a heart. Here's me tagging SuprDlux's channel. You guys better go. I'm going to do it again. There it is. You better go subscribe. Scroll. Don Ladd says, I'll take the beating. Big Willie FPV says, sub to Super, but your mic is lacking. Hopefully it's better now. Is it a big shovel? Nah, standard. Regular old spade shovel. They hurt, though. I've heard they hurt. Gel Captain is already subbed. He knows what's up. JFPV subbed. Scroll. Come on. I'm doing so good. Gel also said, can't place a comment in the below. It's blocked. Really? Shit. Really? That sucks. Is it maybe desktop only or something? I didn't think this one through. I just sort of assumed that it would work. Add a public comment. Balls to all y'all. It works. If you're on desk, well, wait, it still says 0 comments. If you're on desk, well, wait, it still says 0 comments. Is my voice really that low? I sound like a lunatic. Well, shit. No, there it goes. Look at that. If I can, maybe, am I the only one that can comment? Shit. All right, I'm gonna start thinking about it. It's Darts announces rules for give. Here we go. So here's you guys tagging me. Got my name wrong. Okay, Pandemic Pilot echoes bad. Pandemic says get an array mic, couple bucks. You think Pandemic Pilot? Are you saying that? Do you think that an array mic would be better than this $200 Zoom H2? I've typically with stuff you kind of get what you pay for. So I'm shocked if an array if you think an array mic is going to be better than a proper mic, I'll be shocked. But I don't know shit, so I typically just take other people's at their word and assume that they know what they're talking about. Frank Nicholas says hello because we figured that out. FPV Hawk says hello from Germany. Scroll. Frank says sounds great. Aber the Ham with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, brother. He said, did you by any chance read the novella I sent you in Discord DMs regarding motor cogging? I'd love to chat more about it if you have questions. Thanks. I didn't, Aber. I really only go on Discord like right before these streams to just tag everyone. I just have not figured out how to work Discord into my daily routine of checking Facebook, Instagram, Fiverr, Etsy, Patreon, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. Raphael saying we can't write comments. Fuck. Freelojo says, yep, live chat only. Maniac 1246 Ciotti said colon. SuprDlux says this guy has a website, how professional. I mean, I have a link tree that I convinced my wonderful wife to link directly to the website so that CiottiFPV.com just pushes to Linktree. But you know, professional as fuck, yo. Somebody mentioned the shirt, and I just realized that the camera... Oh, hey, guys, look. Look what I did. I finally put up my Save Our Hobby banner thing. How do I point towards it? There we go. Look at that. I crudely taped it on top of a... I crudely scotch taped it on top of the really nice frame and artwork that I had there. I don't know. It was a weird, like... I don't know. I'm a strange person. Freelo just says live chat only. Wait, no, we're good there. Shit, how am I going to do this giveaway if we can't do the comment thing? FPV's Hawk says Stig T-shirt is sick. Thanks, brother. This is the actual one from Great Britain. A friend of mine who knew that I was into Top Gear was in Europe for something, backpacking, and snagged it for me, which is super, super cool of her. Shout out to Maria. She's not watching. Mustang Pilot says, can't comment. Asylum says, send my t-shirt back. What t-shirt, Asylum? Caustic says, what's up? It's Darts. Says, does your wife have health insurance? No. That's one of the reasons why we haven't had it is because it's basically $1,000 a month. Like for any half decent health insurance for the two of us here in the U.S., it's going to be roughly $1,000 a month. And yeah, we're just nowhere near there. But we're trying, man. We're pushing as hard as we can, working 12-hour days, 6-7 days a week. What else can we do? Everybody's struggling. It's a really weird time. We all need to just suck it up, put our heads down, wear our fucking masks, right? We all have to sacrifice right now so that when this is over with and we get together again, there's nobody missing, okay? That's a really nice way of kind of thinking about it. So please wear your masks. Please. Please. This shit's real. Sack for Safe says, dude, how the fuck do I comment with a timestamp to enter? Shovel equals a spade. Frank Nicholas says, Don Ladd says, do we do it at the end? I mean, I guess that's one way for us to do this, right? At the end of the stream, everybody has to come back to the stream, or just leave the stream up, right? And then the stream will close, and then it'll allow you to comment. It's weird that it lets me comment, though, and nobody else. Oh, shut up, you gangly, big-toothed bastard. Did it let anybody else comment? No, just me. That's weird. That's very weird that it would let me comment and not you guys. I'll keep thinking about it. Stay healthy and digging the content. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate that. Lance Martin says, SuprDlux CiottiFPV subbed. Thanks for the link. You're certainly welcome. Here comes the link again. Go sub to SuprDlux. He is a big... and there goes my brain. Can't think of the word. It'll come to me. Supporter of the channel. Couldn't think of the word supporter. Frank Nicholas says, I said a little comment. Okay, good. Desktop, Mustang pilots on mobile. Voice volume is okay. Great. You can, we can't. It's so weird. Why can I? But you can't. 130 million watching. Mr. Huggy says, you cannot comment on a live stream until the live stream is ended. That makes a lot of sense. You may as well just do a giveaway to all the people who are watching the stream. The problem, Mr. Huggy, is that there's no way to do that. Like, I would literally have to say, like, everybody comment right now, and then I would have to, I guess, close my eyes and scroll through the comments and just point to one or something. I mean, that seems absolutely insane to me. Whereas with comments on the video, there are websites that you can go to that are comment picker websites, where you drop your link in and it properly randomizes. And I was kind of planning on not doing a giveaway, a super chat giveaway. I know I usually do that to try to, you know, eat, but I was kind of hoping for this to be about SuprDlux, right? And for this to be like his giveaway to kind of drive people over to his channel. So yeah, what the hell do we do here? Thinking and reading, trying to get caught up on chat. Voice volume's okay, we're good. Best way to do it, here we go. Mr. Huggy said, wait, no, we got that. Tiago says $200 US might plus DAC USB is cheap. I don't know what those things mean, Tiago. It says the best way to do it is if we do it at the end of the stream and draw it tomorrow. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Yeah, all right. So it looks like you guys for sure can't comment. That's annoying, but okay. Discord channel. Yes, I mean, Aaron FPV says maybe you can use the Discord channel. Same kind of situation. There's no. I need to try to figure out a way to do this as automated as possible, so that I can have like a randomizer. You know what I mean? Mustang Pilot says, do you do this on purpose so you can keep the Moongoat? Yeah. I already have mine, man. I got mine. The build of this is coming up. Every time I've been ready to do the build, I've realized that I'm missing something else. Now I've realized I'm missing a Crossfire Nano, so I'm just waiting on parts again. Keller just says, just do a drawing. How, right? Like, how? That's what we're trying to figure out. Write it in a notepad window and post when done. I don't know how I would really do that. I can't even use the YouTube participant list because it doesn't work right. People pop on and off the participant list in a seemingly random way. Interesting. Scrolling. Abraham's. Wait, we got that. Wife sells healthcare. DM will hook you up. No joke. Sack for Save. Can you do me a huge favor and message me CiottiFPV anywhere, Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, wherever. Can you do me a huge favor, like I said, and just message me that? There's absolutely no way that I'll remember to message you by the end of this stream in 2 hours from now. That would be amazing, dude. Thank you so much. Double A says, glad you said that again. Pandemic Pilot says, just write it on a piece of paper or a notepad and be done with it. Write what on a piece of paper and be done with what? Maniac says, can you just run a wheel with a keyword? I have no idea what that means. Keller says, drawing. I got to go for a second. I appreciate the suggestions, guys, but they have to be suggestions that are gonna work. That came out weird. Yeah, they have to be suggestions that are gonna work. I don't know how else to say it. Friend Nicholas says Bot Grinder has some OBS add-in where you type an exclamation point and keyword and it gives him away to pick a winner. Yeah, that's because Bot is a proper streamer. Here, you've tuned into the worst streamer in all the land, where I don't have anything, any technology. He's on not regular OBS, but this fancy version of OBS, which my old ass computer doesn't run. So yeah, that's annoying, but someday I'll get there. Mr. Huggy says you can click on the menu for the chat window and see participants. You can do that, Mr. Huggy, and marvel at the strangeness of that participant list as people randomly appear on it and randomly disappear off of it. It's insane. Guy says, I never win, so I'm not worried about it. Well, Guy, today's the day that you'll win then. Noodle Thumb, have us comment on another... Oh! Noodle Thumb. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Noodle Thumb tapping into the power of what we call the collective. Speaking of the collective, I'm going to announce how to enter the giveaway, but first, a shill. If you go to CiottiFPV.com, one of the buttons there is Etsy. Over on the Etsy store, I've got a shitload of stickers. A bunch of them are holographic. Some of them are just regular and matte. Some of them are magnets. You can put them on the back of your car so that when you open your hatchback to fly, there's my stupid name, and then every time you fly, you take a picture of it, and then you tag me in that picture, and then I tag you in that picture, and then you get as E-famous as I am, which is to say not E-famous at all, but maybe a little bit more E-famous than you are right now. Maybe. Probably not, though. I've got small ones that fit on your goggles. I've got retro, old-school ones that my wonderful wife has... Well, I mean, she designed all of these. And there's the collective one. That's what we call ourselves. I'm not the smartest person in the room. I'm just the guy that was stupid enough to point the camera at himself. The chat is filled with people that are just as smart, if not smarter as me. Smarter than me, rather. See what I'm saying? And yeah, we work together to fix all the problems and fly better and build better and all that good shit. There's even a Clan Man Never Give Up sticker, which I'm always afraid to play, but I'll play a second of it. That's all you get. That's all I have the guts to play anymore. There's even a nut grabber sticker. If you don't know what a nut grabber is, it's a tool. That's what she said. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna, you guys are gonna comment. I gotta find a video without any comments, so that shouldn't be very hard. Oh, a video of mine, I should say. Okay. Let me not do this on stream. God knows what sort of analytics are in there. Let's go to content here, and all right, now I can keep this on stream. So let's see what we can find. Oh, what's that? Oh, it probably shouldn't be an unlisted video. What do we have? What, did I see 2? 3. What's got 3 comments? New local spot, small button. Let's see, that's an unlisted video. What? You guys, stop commenting on all my videos. Nah, let's see. Maybe an old one. Let's find an old one, maybe. Oh, one. What's 1? No. Oh, I know. Now I know. I know what we're gonna do. Here we go. Ready? The edit that I have the most time tied up in is the most recent drift edit, but there's a bunch of comments already. I'm thinking I would like to drive you guys over to this. And at the same time, yeah. Okay, right, because no, ooh, yes. Okay, I got it. Moongoat giveaway. Sorry that it took 34 minutes to get here, but that's how it's done on this channel. So, you know, you're getting the full fucking CiottiFPV experience. This is the link to the video. You're going to go over, and you got to watch it. You got to watch the video. Well, you got to at least watch some of it. And then you got to comment with a time code of your favorite moment. just like I did with the 4-inch movement drift edit, where we did a giveaway at the end of that edit. I didn't do a giveaway at the end of Drift Dreams. Yeah, I've got a ton of time and love and effort in this edit. So I'm going to force the number of views from 672 up to, I don't know, whatever. So yeah, that's the deal. Get over to Drift Dreams, watch it, pause me, so you get the full experience. Put the headphones on, crank that shit up. The song is fucking great. You're going to love that edit. You're going to love my nuts. Get your asses over there, comment with a time code of your favorite moment, and at the end of today's stream, at the end of this Acrobrat rebuild, yeah, I'll put that comment picker in with Drift Dreams, and you'll have a chance to win. Cool? Moderators, do me a favor, leave Drift Dreams up, and anytime somebody asks how the giveaway is working, just yeah, let them know, please, because I'm going to be over here working. I feel like that's fair, right? If it's not, then, you know, it is. Espander says, health insurance thing really sucks for you Americans, and here it's basically free healthcare. People don't appreciate it. Yeah, it's weird, Espander, it's weird that like the rest of the world, they don't have to wake up and have cold sweats for hours about health insurance. That would be a weird world to live. I've never known that world. That would be an interesting world to live in. Oh, Super says we can make them comment on my last video. God damn it. Fuck, I wish I'd read that earlier. I feel like I already told people. Is that... I think I can use someone else's video link to... I'm going to be a selfish shit and force you guys to go to Drift Dreams, because it hurts my feelings that there's only 672 views on a video that I've got like 30, probably closer to 40 hours tied up in. So if that's shitty of me, tag me and let me know. I also feel bad that I feel like there's 80 people right now watching Drift Dreams getting ready to tag. Oh, shit. Look, Gel Captain says, let us comment on a certain previous video of you. You guys figured it out. Pandemic Pilot says, users right in time make the effort to watch until... all right, so I think we're good. Sack for Save says, yes, I will. Thank you for that. Mustang Pilot says, had the idea, post a video, the comment, and then you choose. All right, so I think we're good here. I'm going to zip past a bunch of these comments. Just pick me, problem solved. There's SuprDlux actually fixing the problem, and I didn't see it. Fenbot asked about the screaming goat, so there you go. This is what it looks like. Abraham says, as the doc, we're getting completely slammed with COVID. Abraham says, as a doctor working in a hospital, getting completely slammed with COVID patients that didn't wear masks, I sincerely appreciate you encouraging people to do so. Cheers, dude. Abraham, fuck me. I'm not doing shit, man. You're the one that needs to be put up on a pedestal and fucking lifted up on people's shoulders and celebrated, man. So screw me. Thank you, dude. You're the one doing this shit. You're the one doing something unbelievably hard every single day, man. And it's... we are all in awe of every single one of you guys. And any of you guys that are working in the healthcare world right now. Thank you. Jesus Christ, thank you. Desbug says, what's up? Asylum tagged me. Pandemic Pilot says, if you're connected to another video, you can comment now and leave. Not good for metrics. Oh, yeah, that's true. Most nut grabbers are called tools. Message you through Facebook. Thank you. Lawrence Martin says, what super glue said? What? Weirdo says, I think my comment could be the best. Lawrence Martin says, what super glue said? Comment on his last video. Why do you guys keep saying super glue? Say SuprDlux. Is that, I think it's your, is it Apple? Is Apple changing SuprDlux to super glue? That's fucking great. I read 2 in a row. I'm like, what's super glue? Wait, what? Come on, where was I? YouTube did the thing. Scrolling. There you guys go. T-shirt coming soon. There I was. Where did the skateboard... wait, no, we got that. There's multiple people typing super glue. Pandemic Pilot says, stop watching the feed, lose viewers. This hurts you, doesn't it? Open up a new tab, maybe? Just pause this and then open up a new tab, maybe? Speedy Turtle says, can I be a mod? Why? You don't want to be a mod, Speedy Turtle. It's just, you just have to work for free, man. It sucks. Where do the skateboard says, I feel like Super should get a high five for that one. Comment everything. Pro2Go says, what's a good way to route the... Here's a question. What's a good way to route the ESC flight controller cable when the plugs directly sit next to each other? I know, it sucks. So you can't loop a board with it to lose a wire. I twisted it, but it's messy. I usually twist them, Pro2Go. The other way that I've done it once or twice is I put the cables... I just kind of like go up with it, like not twisted, but I'll just kind of like do that, you know, because they'll be like that. And then what I'll do is I'll like kind of put my finger in the up part and just try to make like a concentric. See what I kind of did there? And I'll just like kind of push it down. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet either. SuprDlux dropped links to a video, whatever video that... Oh, god damn it, YouTube. Well, now the chat's going to refresh. That was... I shouldn't have done that. I know better. Save link as. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. SuprDlux pasted this link. Okay, so I guess we're just doing Drift Dreams. God damn it. I wish I'd read SuprDlux's... comment earlier in one of his videos. That's a way better idea. That is true. SuprDlux does. That's very funny. SuprDlux has I actually delayed uploading this edit by a week or two because like it was weird. It was like the day that I finished exporting this. Super put a video up with the same song. I was like, what are the fucking odds of this happening? So I waited a couple weeks to just so that, you know, people that are fans of both of us aren't like, wait, what? 2 edits? Same song? Same week? Speedy Turtle just wants to be in blue and feel important. Oh, Speedy. No, you don't, dude, you don't want moderator privileges. Then I yell at you a lot. It's no good. It's no good. The only reason why I'm not is because I already have kind of too many moderators. And I don't really ask the moderators to do anything. The moderator blue is basically just people that I talk to outside of here quite a bit. It makes it easy for me to kind of see them in the chat because those people typically don't tag me in the chat. So, hey, we're caught up. Here we go. You guys know how the giveaway thing is working. Oh, hey, you also have to be subscribed to SuprDlux. How about that shit? You have to Vallis Alps edit. What's that? Son of the Beach. I really liked your Vallis Alps edit. Oh, that's the song. Which edit is that? I don't remember. I'm very bad with song names. I don't remember song names to save my life. So yeah, end of the video here today. We will. I'll go through Drift Dreams and pick a winner, and then I'll get in touch with you guys. Well, I'll get in touch with whoever won. Let's see. So we're at 672. Let's see how many of you guys have been in there already. Okay. Way to go, YouTube. Way to not update the view count. Shit. Oh my god, 94 comments. Holy shit, guys. So yeah, sub to me, comment on the video with a time code. sub to SuprDlux, and I'll pick it at the end when I'm done with this, which we're gonna jump into right now. Pandemic Pilot says they use the wrenches for evil. They hurt. Wrenches for evil. What does that mean? What does it all mean? What does it all mean? All right, boys and girls. Shout out to Quad 3D. They sent over some fantastic TPU for this build. I'm really impressed. It really looks good. It looks exactly like the TPU that you would get from BMC 3D or Brain 3D, which is a really good thing. This is their Acrobrat Insta360 Go mount, and I dig it. It's nice and solid. It's the right width. It's wide enough to make sure that the Insta360 doesn't shoot out of there, but it's not so wide that it's just adding unnecessary weight for no reason. This is their little back panel. I'm probably not going to use this, but what I do like about this is that they kind of slimmed it down, sort of, as much as they kind of could. I don't use these little back panel things on Acrobrats because they're a little bit too heavy. But if you're going to use it, this is looking like it's kind of the lightest one. We're definitely going to use these bumpers for the front because you hit this vertical carbon a lot during crashes. And then we're going to use, I think, two. I like to use two on the front of the skids to protect the front arms from scraping on the ground. So big shout out to Quad 3D. Check those guys out. Looks like Quad 3D on Instagram and Facebook. Hit them up. They're making some really cool TPU. Having multiple spots that offer different TPU prints and files is really cool because, like, for example, right? Who's gonna win it? Huff19, to get in on the giveaway, you've got to subscribe to SuprDlux's channel at the following link. Oh wait, that's not the right link. Somebody link to SuprDlux's channel, please. You've got to subscribe to SuprDlux, you've got to subscribe to me, and you've got to leave a quick comment on Drift Dreams, which is that link that I just put. Hey, I just moved the microphone. Did it, is it farting? I hope it's not farting. So yeah, go to that link, comment on the video, and when you comment on the video, follow the format that everybody else is doing there, which is to leave a comment with a time code of your favorite moment from the video. And yeah, at the end of this rebuild, I'm going to go do the random comment picker, and somebody will win a Moongoat. What do you guys think of that? So I realized that this build is going to be a lot of work, and I started tearing this thing apart right before the stream, and I got to this screw here that goes into the Cadex Starseer, and it's stripped. So the fun begins. Let's see if I can manage to finagle this out of here. I can't see what's stripped. I can't see if the brass collar is rotating inside of the camera, or if the threads on this M2 screw are nosed up or anything like that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just putting some torque on the camera against the side plate to see if that'll get the little. What I suspect is that the brass collar in there is spinning inside of the plastic of the frame of the camera. So I'm just yep. There we go. So I'm just trying to get that to sort of bite. Let me try torquing it in the other direction. I got it backed out a little bit. I can see a little bit of daylight in there. Yeah, okay. So now I can see that it's the collar. The collar is spinning inside the body of the camera, which is not great. That's going to make remounting this camera kind of a pain in the ass. But what I'll probably end up doing is epoxying that in there. Yeah, so there we go. So, yeah, that collar came completely out of the body of the camera. This is a problem that I've had once or twice with Runcam Micro Eagles after like really big crashes. The little collar will strip out on the body of the camera. So here's what we got. Here's what sort of just happened. That's what the what I'm sort of working with. So I'm gonna have to epoxy that little collar. I'm probably gonna grab a new collar because this one is all, where'd it go? This one is all smoothed out from spinning in there. Although this one's closed. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one because it's closed on the bottom. So we'll be doing a little epoxying during reassembly. That's a big old dick in the face. But sort of par for the course with FPV. Let's be honest. All right, quad 3D sticker. Let me move you up there a little bit. Okay, let's keep going on the disassembly. Before I forget, I am going to switch the. I am going to switch out the grommets, the clean, dirty grommets. And the main reason that I'm going to do that is I was involved with the Acrobrat prototyping process, and can't just use a bigger screw layman board because the camera is what's stripped out, and the collar is the female side of things. So it's not the screw that's stripped; it's the hole. So yeah, I was a part of the 10 or so of us that prototyped the original V1 Acrobrat, and one of the phases of that prototyping was us experimenting with the rubber grommets between the clean and dirty system, and figuring out which ones are good for each different climate and flying style and different motors. Although at the time we didn't realize that the notchiness of the motors was going to be the sort of the biggest either pain in the ass or success of the whole thing. So yeah, the what we basically figured out in the end, after lots and lots of testing, is that the black grommets, which are the hardest ones, they're sort of the safest bet. Is a way to kind of describe it. They work in all climates. There were just situations where all of the other ones were kind of a pain in the ass, and when all of us tried the black hardest durometer grommets, in some cases it was like, oh, well, there's maybe a little bit more jello, but maybe not. Like, it kind of became obvious that the black ones were the best, kind of like, put them in and then see how it is. If you're still having jello issues after you've put smooth motors on and done all the other tricks to get jello out of the HD feed, then try using the grommets. But we found that it was a lot safer, and a lot of us just ended up sticking with the black grommets, myself included. So yeah, I use the highest durometer black grommets in both Acrobrat V1 and V2s. And now that I'm on smooth motors, which are the Xnova 1804s, there's no jello. And if there's no jello, I would actually rather have the highest durometer, because in crashes, the higher the durometer here, the less the movement of the clean and dirty plates. And that's a big deal. When these two plates start moving around in really hard collisions, some wild shit can happen. I've told this story before, but like, so Tommy sent all these prototypes out to all of us, and we all jumped in, started building, and then like, I don't know, it was like 4 days in to all of us building and flying, that myself and another guy posted in the Facebook group, like, have you guys ever broken a USB port on your... In my case, it was on the RunCam split. On whoever else it was' case, it was their flight controller. But at the exact same moment, the two of us were like, "What? My USB port is smashed, and I have no idea why." And after a little bit of group thinking, we realized that it was because we landed flat bottom like this, and the clean plate went shooting downwards, and we had our USB ports facing upwards, and the clean plate just came down and just smashed the shit out of the USB port. So Tommy went in and he made the clean plate a little bit higher, and I actually just recommended to everyone that they just flip their ESCs upside down. So that's probably what we're going to do in this case as well. I'm probably going to flip this flight controller upside down just to get this USB port as far away from the side rails as possible, so that, yeah, if SuprDlux gets into a really big flat bottom slam on this thing, he's not going to annihilate this USB port. So, all right, we're digging into the build. Super said this never really flew all that well. My suspicion is that it's because this flight controller is kind of like up here, fakakta a little bit sideways. It's really hard. So this is the GetFPV build kit for the Acrobrat, and there are some components in here that are really challenging to fit with some of the other components. That's always been a challenge with the Acrobrat. I have a specific set of components that I use, which are a little bit better in that respect, but there's still a lot of stuff going into a small space. The Acrobrat is a big frame, but it's a big frame because of the so this is the plug header on the Caddx Tarsier, and that was just sitting there. I didn't even notice that. Super, did this break during shipping, or was this broken? The pin header is broken clean off. I'm assuming it's because it was right on top of the ESC here. So we're gonna have to direct solder, which is probably a good thing anyway, because I can direct solder them with the wires facing inwards. All right, phone. That's right. I have an alarm on my phone for 4 o'clock every day. Come at me, bro. Yeah, so we're going to do some serious... you guys are really going to get to see the madness that is me when it comes to mounting components, and the way that I sort of look at a build and try to figure out how I'm going to route all the wires, how I'm going to mount all the components. And yeah, I mean, people kind of ask me, like, why does your shit fly the way that it does every once in a while? I think that this is one of the reasons. I could be wrong. You could totally make a case for building clean being a waste of time and just smash it together, get the wires connected and shut up. But I don't think so. I don't think that there are any like really high-end cinematic pilots that that builds in that manner. I think at the higher levels, yeah, everybody kind of pays a little bit more attention than most during builds in order to keep it clean, reducing potential electrical interference, making it easier to spot problems. You know, when you have like a huge rat's nest of wires in a build, like if it's working perfectly, great, but the second that it's not working perfectly, it's like, where the hell do I start? I can't, you know what I mean? Like, everything is kind of everywhere. Luckily, this is not one of those builds. Super kept this nice and tidy. He's got all of his wires all twisted up and nice. He's got short runs of wires. Like, you know, he cut these wires down to the correct length so that the receiver wire goes from the receiver to the flight controller where it needs to. It doesn't go all the way up to the front, loop around, wrap around a standoff here, and then go to the spot. Which I know I'm guilty of doing that shit every once in a while when I know that a build is... Well, yeah, that's... I will only do that if I know for certain that a build is going to come apart and be sort of re-engineered in a way. So yeah, there's that, which is nice. Cool. Looks like chat is kind of talking amongst itself, which is always a really good thing during these building streams, because it is a lot harder for me to look over at the chat. But if you need me to read your comment, all you got to do is a super chat, and that will go ahead and guarantee that I see it, because I am opening up the window over here that is going to have all of the super chats in it. And that is right here. There it is. All right, cool. So now I definitely won't miss your super chat comments. Feel free. You don't have to, but if you do, either a super chat or go to CiottiFPV.com, scroll all the way down, there's a PayPal button. If you want to PayPal me direct, it will pop up in my email. And people do that don't want Jesus, YouTube to take 30%. YouTube takes a little over 30% of everything, basically. So yeah, folks that don't want that to happen can use PayPal. That's super cool. Or you can just do the super chat. YouTube gives me this platform to post content to for the last 12 years and stream for the last year or so. And yeah, that 30 whatever percent is their thanks. That's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying. Nice. SuprDlux has a nice little copy and paste for the comment. Jesus Christ. Contest rules. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Full-size air unit, never, ever, ever in an Acrobrat. Absolutely no. I mean, I guess I can't say that for certain because I've never actually tried to do it, but I've seen how big full-size air units are, and that ain't fitting in here. I mean, it's not fitting in here along with anything else. Like, you could, if you just wanted to build, like, if you didn't want to fly it, I guess. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that a Vista will fit in here, though. But a Vista is going to be will be a tight fit, to give you some idea. Whereas a full-size air unit, yeah, that's just ain't gonna work. So the main reason for this rebuild, I should say, is also to get this onto 1804s. SuprDlux wanted to join the best flying Acrobrats in the world club, and the only way to do that is to run the Xnova 1804 motors, because they fly 1,000 times better than every single other motor available for Acrobrats. And they have a 3mm motor shaft, so when you get into crashes, they don't just implode. If you want an example of how little abuse that 2mm motor shaft motors can put up with, which is pretty much all the other motors that we've been putting on Acrobrats for, well, the whole time that they've been out. I've got an edit called Destroying a Set of Zing 1507s in One Session from a few months back. And yeah, I put a fresh set of 2mm motor shaft Zing 1507 motors on my Acrobrat. I went out to fly them. I flew 4 or 5 batteries, and by the end of 4 or 5 batteries, they were completely wrecked. 2 of them wouldn't spin at all. The other 2 vibrated so hard that they were just not salvageable. Yeah, 1507 motors are acceptable, I guess, for Cinewhoops, where they're not going to ever take any abuse. Although there are a lot better options nowadays for Cinewhoops. 1507s were the best that we had a year ago. And for the record, for any of you guys that bought 1507s a year ago, I'll have you know that I did say back then that I did not like the size of the motors, but that they were smooth. So don't, when I say that, when, like, I've been posting a lot on Facebook about, like, when I see people saying, hey, I'm building a Cinewhoop, or I have a Cinewhoop that doesn't fly good, what motors should I get? Or I have 1507s now and they fly like shit. I'm trying my best to educate those folks about the magic of 1804s and 2004s and 2203, 2204s. And a couple times now I've had those people like, well, what the fuck, dude? You told me to get these 1507s a year ago. I told you a year ago. I hope. I'm pretty sure. I remember saying, look, these are the best right now, but I don't like the size. Any motors, I mean, in general, any motors with a stator that's taller than 6mm, I'm kind of uninterested in. But on micromotors, I really like the stators to be even smaller, like 4mm, 5mm. That's really where on a micromotor I think that they fly the best. This is one hell of a big VTX. Super, how attached to this VTX are you? Hopefully not very, because I'm tempted to remove it and replace it. Just remove it. I'm tempted to remove it and just send it back to you without video. I've also not heard great things about Lumineer VTXs. I've kind of only ever heard negative things about Lumineer VTXs, if I'm completely honest with you guys. Like, I hate to throw anybody under the bus, but I don't think it's throwing somebody under the bus when you hear from multiple people that a specific, what the hell, where did it go? God damn it, this fucking carpet. Hold on. Oh, you bastard. bastard carpet, you ate another one. T-Bird knows, man. T-Bird was here last week and we dropped something in the carpet and he looked down at the carpet and went, oh. Now I know what's up. Huff19FPV with a $5 super chat. He says, no question, just supporting the cause. Thanks for grinding it out continuously for us. Thank you, Huff, for saying that and for the support and many other things. Drone Pilot says, I have the Betaflight 2004 motors on a 5-inch build that ripped this guy a new one. 6S 1050 mAh setup. The setup is a bat out of hell. Yeah, 2004s are... They make some... People see like the 4mm stator height and it's like, no, I don't... Like, no, it's... The width makes just as much of a... Yeah. Make the upgrades you want. I trust you. Awesome. Karma says, any T-mount motors that you like. Oh, tons, Karma. Tons. It really depends on... Oh, I found the nut. I found my nuts, guys. No, I found SuprDlux's nuts. They were in the carpet. There was only one of them, though. Yeah, lots and lots of really amazing T-mount motors nowadays. Brother Hobby 2004 VY is a really good one. The Brother Hobby VY 1504.5 is another phenomenal motor. It depends on your specific usage. But yeah, lots and lots of really good quality T-mount motors available for a lot of different uses. I think the only case where we don't have a good T-mount motor option is if you're building a... Oh, what was it? I was just thinking about this recently. There was a size or a weight rig where I looked and I was like, oh, there's not a good T-mount option. I personally like T-mount better than M5 nut because it makes a much smaller, it makes for a much smaller or shorter lever arm for when you crash inverted. Inverted crashes are where a lot of the damage happens because they're typically when the motor bell will take the most abuse. So I spend a lot of my thinking and like looking about durability, thinking about those inverted crashes where the motor bangs into the ground. And yeah, a T-mount motor is just straight up a shorter lever arm. So less torque will be put on the motor shaft and hopefully it will survive. Hi. Alright, so we are now almost free here. Okay, so Caddx Tarsier we're going to have to do some direct soldering on, which is not the end of the world. This flight controller is M3 hole, and the ESC is M3 as well. That's a good thing. Look at this Hobbywing ESC. I'm suspect of the capacitor coming off the back there, but it looks like Hobbywing liquid electric taped the shit out of it, which is just a little bit frustrating. Not the end of the world, but yeah, I would have. I might end up. I will probably end up removing it, mainly because the big challenge here with most Acrobrat builds is fitting everything, but mainly because like the three. Basically, Tommy didn't want to waste any weight, and I love that he did this. So in order to not waste weight, he put these stacks as close together as he could. But then the problem becomes if you don't use the exact ESC, for example, that Tommy uses, you've got to sort of repackage everything, and you potentially have to package things a little bit differently. But at one point, my Acrobrat had the ESC above the flight controller because of a lot of these same problems, where like the ESCs tend to be a little bit bigger. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now is how do I want to... How am I going to clean this up a little bit to get everything to fit on here? Because I think one of the issues that SuprDlux was having with this thing in flight was that the flight controller was all the way up on top, and it looked like it was at a little bit of an angle. And it was definitely not screwed down. So those are a couple things that we definitely need to fix. So I'm just kind of in my head trying to go through how I'm going to fix that. What's interesting is that this totally fits like this, and even with the plug header attached here, this does fit, but the plug header is going to be awful close to the tarsier board. Damn! SuprDlux with $100 super chat. This motherfucker wants me to not die of COVID-19. Thank you, brother. SuprDlux says, support Ciotti and become a part of the collective. Dude, thank you so much, brother. Very, very, very cool of you. Much appreciated. Keller says, give him back his drone. Soon. It must fly properly first. Pandemic Pilot with $5 Canadian. He says, at CiottiFPV for being such a nice guy. I can fit one on a Beetle, but not an iFlight Sedora SL5. Here's some of what I saved on healthcare for you. Thank you, Pandemic Pilot. Very, very cool of you. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys are the goddamn best. I don't. Tiago says, I don't think that's a Luminar VTX. I think that's a Rush Tank Mini rebrand. Well, if that's the case, maybe I will try to leave it in here because I've had pretty good luck with Rush Tank VTXs so far. And Drone Pilot went down to the beach, 7-inch quad, prop started spinning, I had the drone in my hands, and I thought after the wind was going strong, I was spinning the blade. And Keller says, what size motors are you using on that thing? 1804, yeah. I just breathed my own spit. That was disgusting. Pandemic Pilot says, for a magnetic sweep, what's a magnetic sweep? $2 Canadian. Thank you, Pandemic. Woo! And then Toxic FV Mobile 7 keeps restarting when the pigtail moves a certain way. Can't figure out why soldering is still solid. Ordered a new pigtail. Could be something I'm missing. You're dialed in, Toxic. Trust yourself. You're on the right track. It has to be either or. I mean, technically, it could be somewhere in the cable, but man, I really doubt it. All right, so let me try something. Let me put. All right, it looks like this. I don't know why I'm so tired. I slept like 7-ish hours last night. So this cable is a little bit mangled, so I'm gonna replace it in the end. But for right now, I just want to use it to test something. Basically, what I want to see, I just want to make sure for 100% certain that this is gonna clear the tarsier. And yeah, absolutely. Absolutely not a problem. So this is how I'm going to mount this. But I am going to take this capacitor off. SuprDlux, are you going to run this on 4S forever? Or do you think you'll ever want to run this up on 5 or 6S? These motors on 4S with this setup make an ass load of power. The reason that I'm asking is I might not put a capacitor back on this. If you're going to keep this on 4S forever, this Hobbywing ESC has a bunch of capacitors on it. Take a look at that. See all those little bastards, little brown bastards in the middle? Those are wee little tiny capacitors. They're just little tiny versions of the big ones. If you have enough of those, you don't also need an external capacitor. Typically on micro electronics, you don't have enough of these. Usually on a micro ESC, a 20 by 20 ESC, they'll put like maybe 4, maybe 6 of these little guys, and that's just not quite enough. On this guy, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 6 fucking teen. That's pretty good. That is a lot. So, yeah, I'm going to take advantage of that and take this capacitor off just in case you do want to run 5S. All right, you tell me, Super. I saw what you just said about rebuying batteries. Here's the deal, though. If you do want the capability to run 5S, just say it. It's totally fine. What I'll do is I'll put an external capacitor on here in the same way that I've built my Acrobrat, which I'm going to show you in 1 second. It's obviously going to take more time, and I mean, you could totally do it. It's really not. It's not super hard. It's just a pair of leads coming off the goddamn thing, and then I put I zip the capacitor to that, to this part of it. I'll bet you though. I'll bet you with how beefy, and also, in case you didn't know, this is not even a micro ESC. This is actually an ESC that Hobbywing makes for their full-size stuff, as evidenced by the price. What'd you pay for this ESC, Super? $60, right? This is an ESC meant for 5-inch rigs. So to put this ESC onto a micro, like, it's not even going to break a sweat. And I'll bet you you could run this on 5 and 6S without a capacitor because of that reason. But like I said, if you'd like me to, I can certainly wire up a little tiny capacitor if you have like immediate plans for 5S or whatever. But all that being said, these 3500 kV 1804s on 4S fucking rip. Like, when you fly it, you're just like, out. So micros can fly like, I hate to say it, but like 5-inch rigs. Micros can fly properly is what we all should be thinking, because I'm just sick of this constant comparison to 5-inch. We keep saying like a 5-inch to represent the word, basically the word good, right? Like, instead of saying this flies really good, we say this flies like a 5-inch, and that's silly. I mean, if nothing else, that's silly because there are plenty of 5-inch rigs that fly like ass. You can very easily buy a 5-inch or build a 5-inch rig that flies horrible. And you can have yourself a 5-inch rig that flies like a micro. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should take it back and start saying it. if a rig flies bad, we should say that it flies like a micro. I guess that wouldn't be taking it back. That would be more perpetuating it. Maybe I'm not taking this off because how do they have it tacked on here? What the hell's going on? I'm gonna remove the entire. Thingy. XT30 in Leeds. There we go. Drone Pilot says, depending on the ESC, if they have heaps of capacitors like that one, I place a small capacitor on the battery connector to free space in the frame. I'm not a fan of putting them on the battery connector. The one time that I've done that, I crashed on top of a crane, and the weight of the capacitor on the XT60, that extra weight allowed that battery to unplug, and I had to climb the fucking mile-high crane to get the damn thing. It wasn't an actual mile high, but it was very high. So yeah, I'm not a fan of putting capacitors on the battery leads just because of that one reason. But other than that, it's a great idea. So if you don't crash constantly and super hard like I do, for sure. Pandemic Pilot with a $2 Canadian super chat. He says, still an advantage to mixing electrolytic and ceramic. What do you mean by that, Pandemic Pilot? What were we talking about? SuprDlux says 4S forever. All right, cool. We're going capacitorless, goddammit. We're going to save some weight, too. We'll save some weight, save some complexity. Tiago says that is for 6S Racing. NERC uses it. I think talking about the ESC. Keller says, at 14.24, MST Keller wondered if the giveaway procedure has been figured out. It certainly has. The deal is, well, SuprDlux has a copy and paste. He's going to hook a brother up. SuprDlux is going to tell you how the contest works. And then Expander says, does Acrobrat get stuck in the trees worse than a normal X-type frame? I wouldn't say worse. I wouldn't say better either. I mean, it just gets stuck in trees when it gets stuck in trees. Brian Ladmiral with a $2 super chat. He says they make the X-Nova 1804s in T-mount. They sure do. And I've had them sitting here opened in a tab for weeks, trying to talk myself into ordering them. As soon as I have a build that I can use them on. God damn it. Where's that window? I've got too many goddamn windows opened. Emu flight window. I can close that one. Is it here? Here it is. It's this window. There they are. Oh wait, no, that's the 1404s. There's the 1804s. I would really like to get both. I would really like to get a set of the X-Nova 1404s. 4700 kV is higher than most, plus X-Nova just makes really good motors. Most of the 1404... Oh, and this is the other reason why. You know, I meant to mention this on a stream a while ago, and I totally forgot. That, my friends, is rare. There are not many 1404s that are 9x9 mount base. There are a couple, but yeah, I think that this might be the choice for a 1404 motor. I could totally be wrong. But I'm very interested in these X-Nova 1404s. But yeah, the 1804s are now T-mount, which is super awesome. As soon as I have an excuse to get a set of these, I am all over them. Back to the build. Toxic FV says, thoughts on Hummingbird from Newbie Drone. I had 3 of the Hummingbird V1s fail in a row. And I said, fuck Hummingbird for life. I know that the V2 is supposed to be good, but I'm not in. Oh, capacitor, right. Electrolytic and ceramic capacitor types. Good call, Frank. And we're caught up. Awesome. Okay. ESC had some time to cool down. Now I can figure out what the hell is holding this capacitor on. They've connected this capacitor in a very interesting way. I mean, I assume it's interesting because it won't let go. We're about to see. It doesn't seem like... I mean, it looks like they just soldered the legs. I would think that they just soldered the legs to the damn thing, but I'm starting to think maybe they didn't do that. So let's get the actual battery lead off of here, and then I'll be able to see what the hell's going on. I'm probably also going to shorten up this battery lead a little bit. It's awful long, and battery leads are very heavy. With micros, you have to think like that. You have to constantly think, how can I make this lighter? How can I make the lightweightness of a micro will make or break its ability to fly well and crash well. So yeah, it's a big consideration. Every stupid little thing you can save weight on with a micro, you really need to if you expect it to fly really, really good. Come on, battery lead. Get hot, please. I might switch this battery lead out altogether. This is 14 gauge wire, which is an awful lot. I don't understand why, and I think they do this from the factory. They put an XT30 on this 14 gauge wire. I think I bought one of these ESCs and it was like that, and I think I remember looking at it being like, why is it an XT30? So now let's try to get this capacitor off now that I have a little bit better access. Well, there it goes. Well, there's nothing special. It was just the battery lead was in the way. Yikes, it's getting hot. Come on, come off, come off, come off, come on, come off, come off, come off, come on, come off, come off, come off, come on. Nah, not gonna chance it. I'm gonna let it cool down. Not worth... I mean, these pads are absolutely gigantic, so I could probably keep going. But it's just so much safer to let it cool down. And when I'm working on someone else's stuff, I'm going to be a lot nicer to it than my own. If it were mine, I would just continue pouring heat into that. But it ain't, and I don't want to have to replace somebody else's. I have no problem replacing my own stuff, but replacing someone else's stuff, that's not a good look. Not a good look. So we'll take a minute to organize. I'll check the chat. Tiago says, as far as I recall, they is a via hole. What? Oh, the capacitor is in a... Okay, that would make sense. Are the legs through the through holes? Probably. You can't see anything because they covered it all up with solder and liquid electric tape. All right, we are cool again, and we're going to get it this time. I don't see... Yeah, I looked on the bottom, and I didn't see through holes on the bottom, though. And there aren't. So I don't know. I think it might... They have a huge blob of solder here. I feel like maybe it's just being held on by the fact that... Yeah, and it is. There's just a bunch of solder here. A bunch of solder here. Sorry, guys. I've been mispronouncing it for months now. I don't know why I stopped saying solder. The novelty probably just sort of wore off. And there it goes. Oh no, okay, wow. Okay, so it was really held on by that liquid electric tape. Got it. I'm going to remove some of the solder from these pads because there's just way too much by heating the pad up like that and then literally just flicking the big blob of solder off. Let me give you guys a little bit better of a close-up. Oops. Oh, god damn it. That's not the right application to launch. That is... Give me zoom, Logitech. Give me zoom. Yes. Yeesh. As Michael Scott would say. Yeesh. Okay. So this solder is all dull and ugly on here, so we're gonna take care of that. Mic's still good? Is the stream still working? Hate that I have to ask that. God damn. We had what, like 6 months of trouble-free streaming, and then like 3 weeks in a row of complete train wreck streaming. So if you just get the blob hot and just pull it off of there, like it's not super interesting. Although usually when you do that, the solder will you'll like kind of unearth some flux in there. I even added a little bit to it, and it's still staying really dull. So I'm actually going to use solder braid to remove all of it, and then we'll put fresh solder on there. My hunch is that this is lead-free solder on here from China. And lead-free solder is no good, so we're going to get it out of there. I'm going to give this a little kick. Jump start with some fresh solder, and then it's going to suck up the rest. Alright, that removed a bunch of it, but not quite enough. Let me go back on that pad while it's still warm. See if we can get a little bit more of it off of there. So this is another story that I've told a bunch of times, but it's actually been a while since I've told it. When at some point, so my father was an electrical engineer for 30 plus years, starting in the Navy and then eventually moving on to Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, where he worked on a tokamak fusion reactor. And at some point during his time with Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, they actually sent him to a NASA soldering school. And he got to learn how the guys at NASA do it. And one of the things that they do that he thought was crazy, and I agree, is every single pad that they solder, they tin the pad, and then they use solder braid to remove all of the solder that they possibly can, and then they re-tin the pad, specifically because that's the best, most solid way that they found to make sure that 100% of the pad surface would be covered with solder. That's it. That's all I got for you. I just think that's like beautifully excessive. You know what I mean? So that's almost what I'm doing here. I'm giving Super the full NASA soldering treatment. I guess. We'll clean up some of these battery pads while we got some heat in the ESC. See, those are nice and shiny. They got some flux in them. It's just that battery pad that got real hot. Expended all of its flux. It fucking 404 flux not founded. Am I right? Am I right? What a nerd. Ah! Yo, this liquid electric tape is everywhere. I'm being like crazy gentle to try to get it out of here, but at this point, I am just gonna leave it. Got most of it off. Okay. Rick Cepeda test flew. Red shifter's frame flies great. Absolutely love. No props in view on a whoop. Rick, is it a pusher or is it a regular? I'm going to assume that since you said it flies great, that it's not a pusher. Because I've had a lot of problems with the pusher. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, let's put a smaller gauge power wire on this thing. Do I have any that are pre-poopied? Please tell me I do. Please, world, tell me that I have a pre-poopied XT30. And I do! But I've also got one with a capacitor on it. We're not going to use that one, though, for the reasons that we talked about earlier. Alright, here we go. Pre-poo-pooed XT30. What am I saying? Positive is on the right. Ground is on the left. I'm actually going to take a little bit more of the silicone insulation off of this guy. Just so there's a little bit bigger of a contact patch on the pads. Solder is a very shitty, the physical strength properties of solder are pretty shitty, so you never want to use solder as a mechanical, like a physical structural member. Does that make sense? You want to try not to use it as a, to like hold two things together. If you want to hold two things together, you want to use something in addition to solder. Sorry, solder. And so, with the battery lead, there's a chance that it's going to get yanked, right? So what I like to do, the solder fumes are going all up in my face right now. What I like to do is try to get the wire. Hold on. Okay. I try to get the wire as flat as possible on the pad, because then if it does get pulled, it's not getting pulled super hard, basically. Like it's getting pulled with the least amount of hardness as possible. I'm also going to send this out the side. I really like running the battery leads out the side and then putting them under the battery strap. So yeah, I'm actually interested to see what SuprDlux, I know, has a bunch of builds, so I'm actually really interested to hear his feedback on how he likes this potentially different way of routing the battery lead. This is how I route all my battery leads now on all my rigs, is basically out the side and then up into the battery strap. And what I'm doing right now is basically test fitting to make sure that that's going to work. That's the only problem about doing this, is that it's very easy to cut the
the wire a little bit too short. It's also easy for it to be a little bit too long. If it's a little bit too long, it can potentially get hung up in the propellers. And that's never a good day. So what I'm doing is kind of seeing, basically, if you put the battery on frontwards like this, move this forward for you guys and over. If you put the battery forward like this, you can wrap the lead around and plug it in like that, right? You guys see that? Or you can run the battery with the lead in the back, and then you run this guy up front and you try to turn it around in the battery strap. And in this case, I think it looks like it's a little too short to do that. So I think we want to go this route. But now it's too long. See that extra? See how much extra red cable there is? We don't need it to be that long. We want it to be tight and to stay out of the propellers. So I'm actually going to cut the red one down a little bit too, I think. Unless for some reason Super really wants it out of the back. I don't like sending it out the back because there's a lot of electrical noise in these, and when you do that, you put them right over top of the VTX, which is no good. So I try to get anything connected to the battery pads, I try to keep it as far away from the video system as possible, and sending it out the side is a really easy way to kind of do that. So yeah, I think that's going to be the tact. I think we're going to set this up for the battery to sit like this, with this coming across. Because the other reason that I like to do the battery like this is that when you get into a crash and you inverted and you rub against the ground, it's just going to rub on this. If you've got the battery backwards, if you've got the battery like this, there's a chance that these like especially the balance lead, there's a chance that when it's skidding on the ground, the balance lead can get up in there, or even these cables. I like to kind of protect these cables by putting them up front. You know what I mean? It's my strategy. I have a strategy, guys, and that's what it is. I'm a businessman. I have a very important strategy, very important business strategy to talk to you about today. That's what I say to that. Here's the thing, though. I don't want to make this too short. Different batteries have different length XT30 leads, so it's yeah, you gotta kind of be careful. So I think I'm gonna set it up to sit right there, and that means that I want to cut like that much off of there. All right, so that should be good. Chop it down to there. And then we will cut the negative to match. Yeah, I got some, let's see, Guillermo just said something, long fingers. I got some long motherfucking fingers, bro. I got fucking piano playing fingers, as they've been described. But I played drums growing up, not piano. Started playing drums when I was like 9, 10 years old, in that range, elementary school. And that was my first complete obsession. It was like my first I mean, any hobby I've ever had, I've gone completely off the rails with, but I guess drumming started it all, maybe. Maybe not. Never know. What? Doesn't make any sense. Maybe not. What are you saying? Cutting it. Okay. We're going to tin. We're going to zap. And then we're going to fap. You guys down? Are you guys upset that we're not doing Sim Sunday? SuprDlux's name starts with an S. So, you know. There's only so much I could do. could have done SuprDlux Saturday, but I was visiting my parents. My parents are in town. I have not seen my 70-year-old parents since the beginning of the pandemic, basically so that I won't kill them. It's kind of an important thing. But yeah, they brought their gorgeous new RV down, and they're staying right outside of Helen, Georgia. If you want to see the weirdest town, the weirdest but most brilliant town in Georgia, potentially the weirdest and most brilliant town in all of the South, look up Helen, Georgia. You won't believe your eyes. It's a funny place. Never in a million years would I think the town of Helen would be in Georgia. I don't know why. I mean, it's just a crazy town. It's a very German themed town, like to the point where you're sort of in Germany when you go there in this weird way. It's crazy. All the architecture, everything is all Germaned out. It's very Germanic. It's very German. It's Germany. It's little America Germany. Is what it is. Mini Murica. Mini Germany. That's what it is. I heard that's what they were going to name it, but they got sued. I don't know. That's not even a good joke, really. Not even a good joke. Never has there been a better analog for my life. Not even a good joke, this guy. Come on, get in there. Get some extra solder on there. Okay, here we go. Dumping solder on the negative pad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. I'm going to take this guy, give it a little upward angle, and oh yeah. Oh, there it is. Now everything is melting together. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, nice and flat. Let me just check one thing real quick here. Nope, we're good. That's nice and flat on there. All right, now for the positive lead. Although on this one, there might actually be enough solder on there. Solder on there. I don't trust it. I want to add a little bit more. There it is. That's what I wanted to see. That was not what I wanted to see at the last second there. You bastard. Stay down. You little jerk. Try to get back on there while it's still hot. I just want to get it a little bit flat, a little bit flatter. There we go. That's what I want. Because of the thickness of the silicone, it's gonna kind of naturally make its own little angle there. That's the stuff. The negative lead is ever so slightly there. It's just, I think it's okay, but I don't want to find out. I don't want Super to find out the hard way that it's not. So I'm going to hit it one more time, just to make sure that it flowed all the way. There's a little bit of a crease that I don't like in there. So Let's just get this to flow one more time. I'm going to push down a little bit harder. You never want to push down hard, but sometimes it's good to, if you really want to flatten out the strands of wire against the pad, you can push down a little bit with the tip of the soldering iron to do that without negatively affecting, without like putting that much stress into the pad itself. The worry about doing that is the pads are literally glued to the PCB. So if you push down on a pad with the tip of the soldering iron, you're getting that adhesive nice and hot, and then you're pushing into the adhesive. And if you've ever like removed a sticker before, you'll know that that's not a great thing. Like, stickers don't love to be unstuck and then restuck and then unstuck. You know what I'm saying? So our ESC is nice and simplified. The wires are going out the side. The plug header in the front is gonna clear the tarsier. Let's do some soldering on the tarsier at this point. Since the plug header broke off of the fucking thing, we're gonna have to solder directly to it. You know what sucks about that plug header having broken off? I think... Yep. I think the plug header is the only spot for the little remote control. Although, you know what? It has Bluetooth, so I guess you don't even need the remote control. So that's good. But yeah, I don't think there are. They don't have them labeled. They don't have pads labeled on the tarsier here to run this little. You know what I mean? That little remote. Sticker I want, CiottiFPV stickers, Guillermo said. What the fuck does that mean? What are you saying, Guillermo? Okay, so the pads that we need are 5 to 18 volt ground and... What the hell does that mean? What the hell does CVBS mean? What the hell does OSD mean? What the hell does... What? Where's the video pad? Hold on, guys. I gotta look at this silk screening with a loop. 5 to 13 volt, ground, CVBS, OSD, ACXD. What the hell? What does any of that mean? Caddix, what are you doing? What are you doing to me, Caddix? Oh, God.
It's 5 o'clock.
See what I did there? Did that work? Could you guys see me? Okay. Caddix, tarsier, wiring. What do we got going on? Hey, instruction manual. Hey, that doesn't help. What do we got here? Maybe this is it. CVSB equals analog, Pandemic Pilot says. Don Ladd says, OSD is on-screen display. Thanks, Don. Give me come on. Give me the wiring. There. That's what we need. Okay. 14 is TX, 13 is RX, 12 is AGND. What? No, there's an X in there. Is this a Tarsier V1 maybe? 11, what's 11? 11 is menu, 10 is video, there we go. 10 is video, so that, and that's right next to ground. Okay, good. So it's whatever the hell's right next to ground. What weird designation do they give that? CVBS? What an asinine thing to silkscreen on there. CVBS? Strange. It looks like this is the V1. Let's just make. Let's make. That's it. Let's just go poops. Nah, I'm sure that's what it is. I'm sure CVBS is. Well, that's the Loris. What the fuck? It's gonna be that. I'm sure that's what it is. Has to be what it is. Camera video bullshit. There it is. Thanks, Daniel. Confirmed. Camera video bullshit confirmed. Okay, so I'm just gonna tin 1, 2, and 3 right in a row. Everything is gonna be great. Hey, Super, was this was the video working on this? The pad on the flight controller is just labeled power. That you had this Tarsier running off of. So my assumption is that means VBAT, but I would love to not look it up. So if you just tell me whether or not you had video on this rig, I'll be good to go. Okay. Had a little bit too much solder on there and had to get some of it off. So TX, RX, ground, OSD. Okay, good. Good. So, I mean, I guess since it broke off, I can just snip this right off. Kind of doesn't really matter at this point. So I'm gonna do that. No. Let's get it the right. Oh yeah, look at that. It is a Rush VTX. Well, very cool. Shit, maybe I will leave it. So the question becomes, how are we going to, like, what orientation are we going to put this flight controller in? I'm going to try to flip it upside down so that the ground cable to the receiver is literally hanging on by one single strand. I'm going to deal with that right now so that I don't miss it. And by deal with it, I'm just going to take it off of there. That's how I deal with shit. Just disconnect it. Alright, come back to that later. So the question is, how are we going to composite video baseband signal? Schnaub says, with the first answer that I have a feeling is right. It was until the plug came off. Okay, so that happened to you. All right, good. I thought that happened during shipping. I felt bad. Don Ladd says, they do this to make you work. Yeah, right? Cool. All right, that's actually good news, Super. All right, so the USB port has to go out the side. Making your USB port front or rear in a build like this is just silly. The question becomes, which orientation? So once it's upside down, it's either going to go to the left or to the right. Here is our plug header that's going to hook up to the ESC. So if they're both in the front, we're going to have to deal with all that extra wire, which is not the end of the world, especially with this frame. This frame's got like some good space inside to tuck stuff in. So here's our other options, to mount it like this. But if we mount it like this, the video signal is going to be coming out the front. Here's one of my pet peeves, for the records, guys, about flight controllers. When these manufacturers put the video input right next to the video output, why? Like, in what worlds are we ever going to have the video coming in and then the video going out in the same direction? Right? Put the camera in on the front or just on one side, and then put the VTX out on the other side. And then you don't have an unshielded video wire that needs to run the length of the ESC. I guess that shit doesn't matter since we're all going digital in the future, but yeah, I don't know. That's one of the big reasons that I used to love the Talon. I still love it. I still love the Talon F7 flight controller. It's one of the few flight controllers that doesn't do that. They do it the way that I'm explaining. So I think that we're going to do it like this. I think we're going to put it like this. And what I'm going to do is run the video line up over the flight controller. I have enough cable. This is going to drop. Why is this not dropping down? What the hell's happening here? Am I... Okay, I just wasn't pushing it hard enough. Yeah, there's enough cable length. It's kind of the perfect length, to be honest. And then yeah, the video to the VTX is going to be right here. I'm probably gonna chop this down to shorten it up. The reason being is that these wires are already sort of, yeah, they're sort of going the right direction already. So I just want to build on that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. So here we go. Jesus, come on. Oh God. Let's check these guys. I'm actually going to I'm gonna check Super's work with a loop just to make sure that I don't need to pop any of these off and redo them. All right, so there's one little tiny strand that's trying to bridge, so I'm going to redo that one. The rest of these look fine, though. What do we got over here? There's the receiver wires. They look good other than that ground wire. And that's really it. Okay, so there's only two. There's two of them that I just want to kind of touch up. One of them would have probably been fine, and it's just me being sort of neurotic. Sorta. It's calling myself sorta neurotic is, yeah, I don't know. Was it that one? God, you really can't see that little strand of wire that's popped up there unless you go under the loop. All right, nice and skinny tweezers here. What is that video system Nathan Hawk says? Analog. And this is a Caddx Tarsier camera. Okay, so it's this positive here. And I'm just going to basically take it off. And then I'm going to use the tip of the soldering iron to push that errant little strand back into the bundle. And we're just going to stick it right back down. And then we're going to inspect. Most important part of soldering is inspecting your work right afterwards. Because even if you're a shitty solderer, if you use a 5X loop, if you don't have one of these, scroll down. There's a tools section of the description. You should not be working on quads without one of these. I shit you not. This is so important. Let's see how that looks. It's perfect. Not quite perfect. I'm going to put a tiny little bit more solder on there. And then it'll be perfect. And I'm actually just going to hold it with my fingers. Now that that is in the right spot, I should be able to get away with this. In theory, it won't want to move. Why are you being a little dick? It's not wanting to take the solder that I'm putting in there. Let me try to feed the solder onto it. Sometimes they'll be kind of stubborn and they'll just want that fresh solder pushed directly onto them. There we go. That's the ticket. So now I just need to get it to sit back down flat against the pad. Now the wire is properly tinned. I should have taken the wire off and tinned it. That was the that's why I'm running into these issues. There we go. That's better. Not the prettiest, but a very strong solder joint. And so the other one that I need to deal with is this ground that escaped. And I'm just gonna clip it and re-strip it, re-tin it, and put it on down. Don Lads knows what's up. He uses a magnifying glass. Anything that's gonna magnify. Like, here's the deal: your eyes are just not good enough, and that's coming from somebody who's had better than 20/20 vision all of his life. I don't know if I do anymore, but I still at least have 20/20 vision. And yeah, your eyeballs are just not magnified enough to really see like the individual strands of wire. And with 30 gauge wire, we have 8 strands in most 30 gauge wires. 8 strands of wire. So like when you're stripping it, you accidentally clip one, and then when you're soldering it, one of them accidentally, goes off to the side and is not making contact, and then the first crash that you have, another one of those wires breaks. You're at like half now. You've got half the throughput at that point. That's no good. Especially if that is hooked up to like a VTX or something, that's actually gonna ask for some juice. Detective Douche. Kristen and I just finished up watching Lucifer on Netflix, and I recommend it. We thought it was hysterical. It's a little bit I don't know, kitschy. So there are moments where it's like one of those not so great shows, but they just survive because kind of like soap opera-y almost. But interspersed with very funny moments. Or for the record, it could totally be that I'm of atheist brain architecture. If you're like a devout Christian, maybe don't watch Lucifer, because they make fun of God a lot. It's kind of like the whole shtick of Lucifer. I won't tell you anything else though. Just check it out. I thought it was a really decently done show. Did my iron shut off? Yeah, it did. Because I'm not using the sponge. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wet my sponge, people. Here's something. Let's get some copyright strikes going. What do you say? Let's get this fucker demonetized because I'm no longer monetizing my video. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make you any money, and until you're at like 10,000 plus views, and it's just all bad. Here you guys go. I'll be back. Oh wait, right. I'll just play it without audio. Hold on. Or no, I'll play separate audio. Here you go. What do you think of that? That song actually matches that edit pretty goddamn well. I like when that happens. Okay, back to work. And I saw somebody say don't use the sponge. I really like the sponge for getting the tip all the way clean. And my father is of the mind that the sponges are still fine. There are certainly two schools of thought, though. There's a school of thought that the thermal shock from the sponge ruins the tip of the soldering iron. My dad's response to that would be that he's used sponges forever and the tips of his soldering irons are completely fine. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a known quantity yet. You know what I mean? Like it seems like it's a situation where like there's no hard and fast science that says definitely, you know what I mean? It's just people on either side of the fence saying, no, my way is right. No, my way is right. I could totally be wrong there, though, because I'm not an electrical engineer myself. As you can see by the ridiculous way that I'm doing this right now. Definitely going to burn myself on this. As I've explained in the past, though, I will... my excuse for doing things in a ridiculous way sometimes is that it's actually good practice for if you need to solder something up when you're in the field and you don't have your tools with you and you have to do it barehanded on a park bench. If you've done this with your fingers before, it'll be easier for you to do in that scenario. But I can't get this and I'm getting frustrated, so I'm going to use tools because I have them. Shitbird, what are you doing? Melt. Melt, fucker. There it goes. Come on, stop moving. Thank you. There we are. All better. So that should be all the soldering. Schnaub with $1 super chat. Thank you, Schnaub, with a funny little little emoji guy. Mustang Pilot says, "Is that a secret spot?" Yeah, kinda. Gel Captain says, "Don't ever wet your solder tip. It causes corrosion. Use brass wool instead." I actually use both. I use brass wool until it doesn't work anymore, basically. There are certain times where the brass wool just will not get the tip all the way clean, and that's when I will use the sponge. And the other thing is that you want to make sure that your sponge is never soaking wet. Like, you should be putting the soldering iron tip into the sponge, not into a pool of water. Weller also seems to think that using the sponge is fine, as evidenced by the fact that their automatic turn-off thing requires you to use the sponge, and they give you a sponge. So yeah, Weller thinks that sponges are okay. Or they want you to ruin your soldering iron tips so that you'll buy more. But yeah, I don't know. I've never had a tip get corroded from using the sponge. So what I'm going to do is turn these cables around and solder them going to the inside to give myself a little bit more distance on these cables to reach up to the cadex tarsier. So we're going ground, and then power, and then signal. This is what I get. What's everybody up to in the chat? You guys building? You guys just watching? What are you doing? Anybody doing something fun? Or are you guys all just patiently waiting for the goddamn giveaway? Alright, we've got ground going on. Come on. Get on there. Hey, what'd you guys think about the fucking motor notchiness edit? I know a lot of people really liked it and said, "Dude, you have to do more than more like this." What you have to understand about edits like that is that I'm like 6 to 8 hours into that. It takes so much longer to do a finished edit than to come onto a live stream and actually talk about it with you guys. It's like the conundrum of conundrums for me, because I feel a responsibility a lot of times to give you guys, so like that video to me was a nightmare, because within 5 minutes I had to try to explain to you guys all these things that kind of go into motor notchiness, and I missed most of them just because I didn't have the time, and that drives me kind of crazy. Like there's a lot of potential that people will watch that video and get the wrong info out of it, and or just not fully understand what that testing is really there to do. So yeah, I don't know, it's tough. Like I typically err in favor of live streams, and then I hope that the folks who can't put the time commitment in for the live stream, they just open the live stream up and just fast forward, right? Like either just put the whole thing on like 10 times speed, or just skip like 10 minutes in, see what we're talking about, skip 10 more minutes in, see what we're talking about, skip 15 minutes in, find something that's relevant to you, watch for 10 minutes, something else that's not relevant, skip another 15 minutes, something that's relevant, watch for 5 minutes. I always hope that you guys will do that, but from a couple of the comments that I got, I felt like it was more binary. It was more just like, oh, well, no, I can't watch that entire 4-hour stream, so I don't even bother clicking on it. And I never like thought about that. I don't know. I guess because I base everything off of my own sort of YouTube behavior, and maybe just because I watch a bunch of streamers, I know that little trick of like when I'm watching a streamer and that's not live, I use the skip. I skip forward. So yeah, I don't know. Now I'm in like this weird position where I'm like, well, shit. Do I just try to tell people to do that? Which seems weird. You know what I mean? Like it's very strange to be like, hey guys, there's a fast forward button. Use it. Like that. That seems like the most insulting thing ever. But yeah, I don't know. It's and so on my side, I've always one of the big reasons that I've kind of gravitated towards streaming is everything is very disposable now. Like we don't really watch videos a second time anymore, right? Like even when I'm looking for a video to watch, if there's 2 videos from Super GT, right, who's a Gran Turismo sport streamer, if there's 2 videos in my recommended from Steve, that's his real name, Steve Alvarez. We're friends. We're not friends. One of them's from a year ago, and one of them's from a week ago. as long as the one from a year ago doesn't look like, as long as the subject isn't like way more interesting, I'm gonna watch the one from a week ago. And in most cases, if I'm in my recommended, like if I see that a video is a year old, I'm for the most part just gonna rip right past it. Like I'm just, and that's terrible. I just recently watched a film from 2013 that Chris Harris did before Top Gear days, and it was incredible. It was really, really good. And yeah, it was from 7 years ago, and the cars were still stupidly cool and fast, and Chris Harris has been an amazing car journalist forever. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough for me to pour a bunch of time into an edit that's just going to go away. You know what I mean? Oh man, there's all kinds of stuff happening in the chat. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta go check on Kristen. She seems very flustered just now. Hold on. Give you a little bit more of this. Computer froze. Story of my life. Here you go. I'll be right back. An abrupt ending to that song. If you'd like more flight footage like that, unreleased, barely seen by the general public, it's over on Patreon. Go to CiottiFPV.com. It's a link to the Patreon page for as little as 10 cents a day. You can join and be a part of the revolution. I'm just tinning wires real quick. There we go. All right. You guys didn't miss anything. I just cut a cut a thing off. Ispander, the crash edit from that day is non-existent because in a spot like that, every single crash is hard enough where the GoPro doesn't save the footage. You know what I mean? Yeah, there were. Not to mention that every single crash at a spot like that is like a $200 wreck because it breaks like pretty much everything. We got some good. I saw some good action in the chat though, so let me come over here for a second. Katie2RDH Larry says, if you were to take notes during your live stream with timestamps of interesting parts, then put them in the description, people would use your streams more after being live. That's true, Larry, but I've always yeah. I mean, I haven't been able to do that yet. I don't know how I would do that.
You have to watch it after the fact and then go back
That's
in.
Kristen says that I would need to watch it after the fact and then go back in. That's always what I've assumed that I would need to do, but I can't sit here for 4 hours. I don't have the time to do that, but B, if I sat and watched myself that much, it would be bad. It would be real bad. That is that's kind of the gym bro thing, right? A lot of the gym bros that spend a lot of their day staring at themselves working out in a mirror. Go figure, a lot of them are kind of crazy people. Not good crazy either. Vern Kelk watches all my vids, not always live, and never skip through it. Vern Kelk wants to learn. I just learned that Vern wants to learn. Abraham says, notchiness can't be present when they're on. It's a fundamental principle of physics, electromagnets, and the way that brushless motors work. I've read a dozen, probably more, people say that, Aber. I wish that was true, but it just isn't. Notchy motors create way more vibrations than regular motors. Well, okay, so maybe that's true, but maybe that's true technically speaking, but practically speaking, that's not true, right? You know what I mean when I say that? Like, practically speaking, in the real world, where I've been testing micromotors for 3.5+ years, and I've probably tested 40 plus different micromotors, 100% of the time, the notchier the motor is, the more vibrations it puts into the frame, and by putting more vibrations in the frame, you run into tune problems and jello problems with HD footage. So yeah, it's and as far as I'm concerned, like that being technically true, that doesn't really do anything for me, right? Like, that being technically true is great, but the other, if that's technically true, then whatever other factors that are contributing to what happens in the real world is all that really matters. So that, that was what I tried to get across in that video was, this is what happens in the real world. Here's what I've learned doing this in the real world. Sort of the Kebab approach, right? Kebab is not an engineer. Kebab is not a frame designer. Well, a frame engineer. He tests in the real world and presents his findings, and that was all that I was trying to do with that video, is to provide the actual real world information that actually happens when you put Notchy motors on your rig. Don Ladd says, as I said, just build a Beast Class 14. Oh God, Beast Class. I feel like Beast Class rigs are more expensive than my car, but I guess you could almost ride the damn things. Abraham says, the notchiness you feel... Oh, wait, we got that. Well, although that's an interesting... Aber says, the notchiness you feel when the motor is off is not present when current is running through the coils. How could that be? How could... So, So what you're saying is that when the current runs through the coils, it removes magnetism? My understanding is that it adds to magnetism, which would explain why Kagi motors put more vibrations in, right? Because when you power on the coil, it's going to add magnetism, but you can never remove the base magnetism that's always there, and that being the cogginess, or the notchiness. So that base magnetism is always there, so it's always going to create those vibrations. That's what has, in my brain and in a practical sense, that has always been the way that, yeah, my brain has thought about that. Even if that's technically not what's actually happening, it doesn't matter, because, again, practically speaking, more Notchy motors are way more vibey. Remy Tim says, awesome format, cut that process to 5 hours and crank them out. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I can do. The notchiness hypothesis has a fatal flaw, Abraham, which is what we've been talking about. S-Grace says, what GR4 car would you recommend in GT? I've pretty much settled. I've done a bunch of GR4 Group 4 races. The Aston and the Hyundai, actually, the Hyundai Genesis and the Aston. Those are the two fastest for me, but I'm not fast in that game, so take that with a grain of salt. I think every person is going to have a Group 4 car that works very well with the way that they drive. Certain people are like, yeah, different people drive different ways. I'm just saying all the dumb things. Kamikala says, thinking of putting RC and Power 1506 4300 kV on an Impulse RC micro reverb. Thoughts on the motors? Refer to the video that I was just talking about. 1506s are pretty much worthless motors. They are so notchy and coggy that you can't, like, forget being able to get jello-free HD or even standard definition footage out of them. But also forget being able to get a tune that's even remotely flyable out of them. Also forget trying to get motor temperatures that are anything less than boiling. Realistically, in my opinion, the RC and Power 1506s are motors that nobody should buy. I don't even think racers should buy those motors. If you're going to race, go to like a 1408. Yeah, the RC and Power 1506s are one of the biggest disappointments that I've had in all of FPV. I was so looking forward to that. It's the right size, and it's got a 3mm motor shaft, but they just completely fucked up in making them in a way that they're as coggy as they are, and it just ruins the motor. It's just it's just a deal breaker. Also, the other thing that I just didn't have time to get into. Is that I've spent probably 3 or 4 months talking to Ryan Harrell about this effect, and he's schooled me upside down, backwards, right side up, inside out, on the cogginess. He also has spent hours and hours and hours trying to work with me in BL Heli to get some, to figure out if there's any possible way to get the to get BL Heli tuned in a way that would make the coggy motors work, and also worked with Mark Spatz a bunch, and yeah, it just if I'll put it this way, if those two guys can't figure it out, it ain't gonna get figured out. Like that's really the long and short of it. Those guys know more than pretty much the majority of the FPV community combined. Anybody who's been around for a while will recognize those names and agree with me, I'm sure. But yeah, I expected to get a lot more, not hate, but like screaming and yelling from that video. But it was only a couple people that had that exact same argument of, hey, that's not how motors work. Okay, well, prove it. is kind of the end all be all is really prove it, right? Show me a quad anywhere with Notchy motors that's able to produce jello-free HD footage, and you can get a proper PID tune on. And yeah, nobody's been able to produce that yet. I've spent literally hundreds of hours trying to accomplish that, to no avail. So I don't know. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love if Notchy motors could be used again, but yeah, I mean, unless some fucking miracle happens. Like, I don't know what else to do, right? Like who else do I tried to do the work on my own, by just kind of brute forcing it and buying lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of different Notchy motors. I tried talking to people that know a lot more than me, you know, the experts in the field, basically. What's next, right? Like actual witchcraft, actual black magic, you know. So it's very annoying, man. What makes it even more annoying is that like I feel like I'm the only one talking about it. I feel like it should be a much bigger deal than it is, because people keep wasting their money on these Notchy fucking motors that make their rigs fly like ass, and it's unnecessary. I look forward to the day that there aren't like that when a motor is made, we don't have to think about that because they all run smoothly. Be that because we went to skewed stators, be that because we settled on N48 magnets instead of N42s, bigger air gaps, whatever. There's a million different ways that you can prevent a motor from being incredibly notchy, and the motor manufacturers just need to do those things, and they're not, which is a shame. So we are going to replace this flight controller to ESC plug. So let me get that out of there. I forgot that I was going to be running this in this way. So let me do this. Zoom out, please. Deal. Speedy Turtle says, have you tried RCM Power 1207 5000 kV? I have not, Speedy Turtle. I don't like the way that motors put power down that have stator heights taller than 5 millimeters or 6 millimeters in some cases. So yeah, I don't go that route. Propaganda says, try the Carreria TOA 1507s. Same kind of deal. Any motor with a 7 millimeter tall stator, in my opinion, is not a freestyle motor, and I'm a freestyle pilot. So I have no interest in motors that are that tall. 1507 is not a size that I recommend for anybody other than a pretty hardcore racer. So yeah, my days of 1507s are long gone. In my opinion, there are much better options out there. Just from a stator size standpoint, like forget notchy, forget smooth, like all that being put aside, 1507 as a stator size is not a good stator size for freestyle. Again, in my humble opinion and experience, of which I have a lot. So that's how this guy is going to live. These guys are going to get tacked down to there. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to sort of organize these. I might put these guys going forward, actually, because that'll use up some of this extra cable. Yeah, you know what? I am going to do that. It's going to look a little bit weird, but it's going to work really well, having these guys coming forward. So I don't think I missed anything else. Anybody asking about motors, specific motors, do me a favor. Hit that video real quick. Beta 1505s were in there. There were a lot of motors in there, and it's really good idea for you to watch that. Right. And after you, not to mention that after you watch that video, you'll hopefully understand sort of like the testing methodology. And you should be able to walk over to your quads and spin the motors by hand and go, oh my god, now I get it. And then you'll know for yourself which motor's good, which motor's bad, blah 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 blah. Not which motor's good, which motor's bad, which motor's notchy, which motor's not, is what I meant to say. Okay, I'm doing this in the wrong order. I need to go video first. Okay, here we go. Video on the outside here. I need to grab this the other way around for it to reach. Yeah, like I said, this is gonna look a little weird, but there's method to the madness. Okay. I think the soldering iron shut itself down. No, it didn't. The tip was just dirty. No. It's at 300 degrees. There we go. Works better when the soldering iron is 700, not 350. There we go. We've got video. How am I gonna... Yeah, there we go. We've got ground. And... Wait, no we don't. I was gonna say, this pad feels weird. I was hitting the top of the screw. Off on my right, your left. And here comes power. Alright. Good to go. So yeah, I know that looks a little strange at going forward, but what I want is for it to make this a little... yeah, I want it to go like that, because that's going to make sure that it stays out of the way of this plug header here. Speaking of that plug header, I need to swap that out. So let's get my little kit of all of the plug headers that I have from previous ESCs that I've bought, and let's find the right one. So we've got motor signal on one side, and then we've got positive and then negative. Positive outside and then negative right next to it. That looks a lot like this, but there's a bunch of skips in there. I don't want those skips. What do we... V-bat on the outside. Ooh, I think these are the ones. So, alright. Pins up. Nope. Wait, no, what about the other side? Nope. It's positive on the outside on both sides is what I'm looking for. Positive on the outside. Oh, is this it? Yeah. Maybe. Oh, there's a bunch of blank wires in that, though. What the hell? Positive on the outside. Oh, is that it? Get out here. Where are you, friend? No, again with the... Interesting. I can almost always find the perfect one. Oh, okay, there it is. I was about to say, I can almost always find the perfect cable in here, but in this case I can't, and I think I just found it. So pins up. We've got... No, this isn't it either. What the hell? Pins down. Nope. Well, I think this little compartment is the randos, so maybe I have a rando. I mean, worst case, I just have to make a cable, but that's... I always try to prevent doing that. Oh. Is this it? Please be it. Please be it, so I don't have to make a cable. But nope, that's not it. Fuck. Nope. Wow, apparently it's very rare to have VBAT on the outside. I never knew that. I never noticed that. Oh, I think this is the one, though. It even looks to be the same length. Nope. That side's not right. Is this side right? Nope. Damn! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. What about these little short guys? Nope. Got this little fella. Nope. Well, shit. That's... okay, let me find the closest... I'll find one that's close, and then I'll fix it. How about that? How about that? I'll find one that's close, and then I'll correct. So, like, for example, this one... Oh, this one is so wrong. Holy crap. Pins away. Oh yeah, this one's super wrong. What about these guys? Okay, flip it over. Positive on the outside, and then pink, and then gray. Oh, and then there's a skipped... God damn it. Really? Hobby Wing and or Lumineer, you're going to use plug headers that are just completely different from everything else. What's that one? No. What's this one? No, that's not the one. That's not the way. This is the way. This is the way. Wait. Yeah, I mean, not most of these have skipped pads, which is interesting. How the hell can I not find one that's even close? What's that about? Usually they're... for fuck's sake. Usually they're at least close. What about this little fella? Okay, that's oh, nope, I'm holding it upside down. What about this one? I was all excited about this one.
It's 6 o'clock.
Is it? Really? Jeez. How the hell did that happen? Okay, this one's looking good. Yeah. What about the other side? Ooh, this one's looking good. Okay, so it looks like this might be it. I'm just going to have to swap the positive and the negative. So we've got green is orange. Green is orange. So if I swap those two, green will become orange. Let's see what happens on the other side of the cable. Green in my left hand is this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Good. So green is the same as orange, and then yellow is the same as black. So let me flip these back the other way. Yellow is the same as black. There's yellow in the fourth slot. There's black. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so this is the one. I just need to switch the... Well, I mean, technically I don't need to switch the positive and the negative because they are going to the right places. And it's a plug header. So yeah, I mean, the fact that... But the problem with doing that, the problem with not switching them is that, like, God forbid SuprDlux ever has to cut this, right? And then direct solder, it's going to be a bad day. So I am going to swap them. This is an interesting back and forth because removing, like, on one hand, leaving these things together is way more durable because these do fail. Frank says, color of wire doesn't matter. Do the connectors match, and does the correct pin on one end go to the correct pin on the other end? So yeah, Frank is thinking along the same lines as I was. But yeah, building for somebody else, even building for myself. SuprDlux says I made that cable. That's why you can't find a similar one. Got it. As long as VBAT and ground are correct, the other wires don't matter. Yep, all I really care about is ground and VBAT. Matt Guy says untwist the cable. You'll see they should be parallel cables. I just do that by eye. And okay, cool. I make and repin all my cable harnesses. So yeah, we're gonna be good. I am gonna switch these though because of the reasons that I just said. Okay. So let's. So I'm I'm assuming that your colors here are correct, right? Like you put red for VBAT, you put black for ground. Or, well, I'm going to do it the right way, and I'm going to look up Hobby Wing 20x20. ESC. Thanks, Mad Fisher. Yeah, a lot of people missed that, man. It's only got a couple views. How did I get to Silverfish? What? Hobby Wing 20x20 ESC wiring. SuprDlux doesn't see color. Even if you don't see color, I'm sure you see gradients though. Shades of gray rather. Okay, yeah, VBAT on the outside. I had a feeling. Okay, cool. So I gotta do it the right way. And once you guys have commented on that video and subscribed to SuprDlux's channel at the following link, technically you don't have to stick around. I would love for you to, but yeah. I don't want to feel like I'm holding you guys hostage because I know it does take me a long time to do builds, but I build in a way that, is super clean, and that takes time. Come on, X-Acto knife. Wait, no, I don't use the X-Acto knife anymore. I use this silly little pair of tweezers. Okay, so we're gonna kick the black cable out of here, and then we're gonna kick the red. Put them right back. Get out of there. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I just realized there's a chance. So I do have this same. I do have one of these same 20x20 Hobby Wing ESCs somewhere in this room for a build coming up. I hope that I'm not taking my only breakout cable from from that ESC right now. I hope that's not what I'm holding. I'm assuming that it's not. Even if it is, I'll just make my own. But that's fun. Actually no. It wouldn't be, because there would be red on the outside if it was. So I'm actually fine. See, and now that, always pay attention when you're switching these. That I thought that one was in all the way, but it was not, and it popped out there. And if it had done that when I wasn't paying attention, that would have been a falling out of the air Acrobrat. And then always make sure that you push the little plastic bastards back down, because when you lift them up, they have like a little bit of memory, and they tend to stay upwards, and that's one of the big things that can cause these stupid ass little connectors to fail. If you don't know already, these stupid ass little JSD connectors have very short lifespans. It's like 20 cycles or something the manufacturer says that they can withstand before they start to fall to pieces, and they're not lying. I have had these fail numerous times, and there's no, like, you can't tell, other than your shit falling out of the sky for what appears to be no reason whatsoever. So yeah, if there's any way for you to not do what I'm doing right now, yes, do that. If at all possible, don't take these apart. If you're going to take them apart, you got to be super gentle. And then when you put the wires back in, you have to do the things that I'm telling you to do, like pushing the plastic back down. The big thing, though, is that when you're taking this apart, like right now, and you're prying this little piece of plastic up, that is when you have to be super careful. You only have to lift that plastic up a tiny little bit, but if you don't pay attention for even 1 second, you're going to lift it up a lot more than you need to and pretty much ruin it. And then when you do ruin it, the trick is to not lie to yourself about the fact that you just ruined it. Suck it up. We all make mistakes. It's the most human thing that we can possibly do, is to make mistakes. Suck it up. Throw it away. Throw away that connector, because it's going to become a problem. Pyrodrone and RDQ both sell replacement. Well, they're not replacements. They're like kits where you can make your own plug headers, and they are well worth it. The only issue I have with those kits is that once you have that kit, what I found is that I only ever use it comes with like 2 of every plug, like 2 2-pin, 2 3-pins, 2 4-pins, 2 5-pins. Well, I only ever use them for ESCs, so they're always an 8-pin. So like I have that entire kit, which is missing only the parts that I need because I've used them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's great that the kit comes with like a couple of everything, but I would rather it come with like 50 of the 8-pin bastards and 50 of these little short wires, rather than all these long wires that I'm never going to use. You know what I mean? All right, so we're good. Mustang Pilot 1 says, just exactly how do we get you to build a quad for us? Great question, Mustang Pilot 1. The easiest way is to go to CiottiFPV.com, go over to Fiverr, and I have a bunch of different gigs on Fiverr. Within those gigs, you can message me, and ask me that exact question. And what I'll reply is basically, depending on the build, you're looking at anywhere from like 4 to 6 hours. I'm going to have you do the appropriate Fiverr gig for that amount of time. And then, yeah, I'm going to work on the rig. And then if we need to add or subtract, we'll figure that out after the fact. But, yeah, I'm trying to get going up on Fiverr so that I can keep this thing going, man, and get me some sweet health insurance next year. Here's the long and short of it. Like, if I don't have health insurance by the time tax season rolls around next year, this is probably gonna that's probably gonna sort of be it, because I just can't let Kristen and I live without health insurance forever, and it's been a long time already. So yeah, it's kind of like I need to make this shit work, and that's good. It's good for there to be some sort of a deadline. Yeah, I just at some point in life you have to be realistic, unfortunately. And part of that being realistic thing means, taking care of your family and making sure that if you get sick, you don't die, hopefully. Or at least, you have a chance to not die. Okay, so that was me wanting to boost this ESC up a little bit. I want a little bit more clearance between the plug header and clearance. So let's see. The question now becomes, will there be enough standoff height? And the answer is yes. A resounding yes. There's plenty of standoff height for a set of nuts here. So good. Mustang Pilot, or what you can do is what SuprDlux did and message me and say, yo, I'm going to send you 2 Moongoats and a Remix V2. Are you willing to fix my Acrobrat in exchange? Which the answer will always be yes to that question. I don't need these to be quite this tall. The problem being, I don't know if oh, yes I do. Okay, I got this. These are just a little bit, these are needlessly tall. We're going to go a little bit shorter. We are going to go a little shorter. Don Ladd says, we take that sort of stuff like health cover for granted in the UK. Shouldn't really. No, you should, Don. We should all take universal health care for granted because we should all have fucking universal health care. The fact that we don't in this country is a fucking travesty. It really is. And the fact that as Americans we haven't stood up as one and said, hey, fuckheads, fix this shit, is our own fault. But yeah, it's not great, man. It's not fucking great. But I mean, would you expect any difference? Any different, rather? That's kind of the story. It's kind of a part of the story of America, right? Is the healthcare insanity. And we'll see. Hopefully it'll get sorted out in the future. If we keep voting for sanity, right? That's important. Gotta vote for the right people. Well, fuck that. You gotta just vote. That's my favorite thing about the this year's campaign was that one platform just specifically ran on the campaign of vote. They didn't even have to say who to vote for. All they had to say was vote. And that's pretty telling that they were able to win by doing that, right? That's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that they were able to do that. It's a good thing by that telling a big group of people to vote, and then whoever wins that vote is the winner. Kind of a crazy concept, right? Not really, but I don't know. Just an interesting. Never seen that before. You know, I never in a million years would I think that you could do that. You could run on a platform of, hey, just vote. We're not going to tell you who to vote for. Just go vote. Just go do the only thing that you can do to affect change in your own personal life with the government, right? Like, that was a big deal. And the voter turnout was incredible. It's like, so good. It was so incredible to see how many people went out and voted, because it's a real fucking problem in this country, man. It really is. And there's been elections that I haven't voted before, and that's not good. That is not fucking good. That is something I'm super embarrassed about. So, if nothing else, a renewed interest in voting is a really, really good thing. And to go even further, a renewed interest in, like, what the hell is going on in the government, right? like even if you don't vote, just, like, paying a little bit of attention is something that we have a real issue with in this country. People just don't pay attention. And, it's one of the ways that our government has been able to really take advantage of us and not give us stuff like universal health care that is in my opinion, it should be a human right. But we let them get away with not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, we only have ourselves to blame, which sucks. I hate that. But hey, we did it to ourselves. So what I'm doing here is I'm just sort of notching these wires so that I can then see where to cut the rest of them. So what I find really helpful is to kind of batch out parts of the builds. And in order to batch this out, one of the easiest things to do is put them like I just did, and then just notch the wires at the exact right length. Well, not the exact right length. You want to build a little bit of extra in, but you know, after you've built your little bit extra in, you want to get them to the exact length, and then you can pop them off like this, and you can line them up and cut all 4 motors at once. So now I've got these nice little notches here. I just need to find them and cut all the way through. 1, 2, 3. And now I can take this motor and just hold it up next to the rest of these motors and chop the rest of them down. But you got to make sure, if you're going to do that, that the pads here are equidistant from the front and back. Some frames will move will basically just not perfectly center the 20x20 mounting. Also, some ESCs will have the pads shifted. Maybe there's like one pad farther forward than back. So yeah, do that. Not politics, just human rights. You know, just basic human rights. That's all. That's all. I think a lot of people are like me in that they just want to be able to live, man. Just don't want to worry about dying. You know? Just want to be able to take shit like health. It would be really nice to take healthcare for granted. Oh my god. It would be so cool. See, so now I can just hold these up. When you do this, though, make sure that you cut the correct amount for the right side versus the left side. Like, so now I've got 2 that are ready for, I'm sorry, not right side, left side, clockwise versus counterclockwise. So now with this third one, I want to make sure that I make the right side versus the left side long versus short. I hope that makes sense. I don't know how else to explain that. Okay, so now I have to pay attention to that. So this is the one that I just cut. So now the longest on these 2 was on the left, so now the longest needs to be on the right. So don't cut the right, and just snip the middle down a little bit, and the left down a little bit more than the middle. And there you go. One more. All right. Let's get it going. So after this, we will be done soldering. Take one more look at this to make sure I don't get it wrong. The right side stays long. And then I'm going to chop these down a little bit. One of the things that really does matter with trimming your motor to ESC wires properly is that if they're too long, every time you go crashing through Scraggle, you're going to notice that the wires get moved around. If you've done a good job with this right here, the motor wires will never move. And I mean, you can like kind of cheat that by taping them down, zip tying them down, all kinds of different things you can do. But yeah, if you notice that your motor wire, like after crashes, your motor wires are all fucking mashed to hell and ripped out and pulled and moved around and shit. Excuse me. Don't ignore that. Like that's if that keeps happening on one of those crashes, a motor wire is going to get ripped completely out, and you ain't gonna like that. It's not going to be a fun day for you. Mustang Pilot says, "When I win the Moongoat, I want you to build it." Yeah, for the right price, I will do it. Basically, $40 an hour right now. All of my hourly rates are at my friends and family rate, which is $40 an hour at the moment. Once Fiverr hopefully picks up, that will double because that's my real hourly rate is $80 to $100 an hour, which is fairly standard for creatives. That was my rate with photography. It's my rate with if you want me to come out and pilot your stuff for you. And yeah, it's the hourly rate that will allow me to live my life, but still have enough time to do creative, artsy things that and like passion projects, which is really that's like, if you've ever wondered why creatives are as expensive as they are, that's one of the big reasons. The other reason is that they've spent thousands of hours getting to the point where they are, and many of those hours were spent working for free, and now they're not working for free anymore, so you got to pay for all those hours. The alternative is to hire somebody who doesn't have all those hours in, and the quality of work that you're going to get from that person is going to reflect that. It's not a bad thing, it's just a situation. Do you want something good, or do you want something cheap? Because those two things typically are mutually exclusive. And then if you throw fast in the mix, well, Jesus. One of my favorite sayings in the world, not even just like in business or in working, just in the world: good, cheap, and fast, pick two. If you live by that, it will take you very far. I promise you. And the right people will respect and understand that, which is also really important. It's very easy. I've mentioned in the past that that rate of $40 an hour, and I've had people go, $40 an hour, oh my god, that's way too much. What are you, crazy? And my instinct is to go is to like freak out, because it's very insulting. Being told that, like telling you guys that my normal rate is 80 an hour, my friends and family rate is 40 an hour, and then to have somebody say, you're not worth 40 an hour, like that's super insulting, right? Obviously that person is not trying to insult me. They just don't understand, what it's like to be a creative, or at least to try to be a creative. Imposter syndrome is a real problem for me, and that makes asking for more than $1 an hour very difficult. But hey, if it were easy, everybody would do it, right? Okay, we are ready to tin. What are you guys talking about over there in the chat? I don't see any orange. I see no orange. Kevin Cortez says, could you be more cliche? Probably. Although he didn't tag me, so maybe he was talking to somebody else. But I always assume that people are... I always assume that when it's something negative, it's directed towards me. All right, time to tin. Tin to time to tin to time to tin. What can I tell you guys about tinning? Same thing I always tell you about it. Make sure that you're putting the tip of your soldering iron on one side and then pushing the solder in from the opposite side. The idea is to try to push solder in between the strands of wire, to try to get as much solder in there as possible. Any second now, the soldering iron will come up to temperature and smoke will happen. It's at temperature. Why is it not? Why is smoke not happening? Okay, because I'm being an impatient shit, that's why. Here we go! The wonders of tinning wires. So soldering, for me, what I like to do is put the soldering iron below. I'll put a little blob of solder onto the tip of the iron just to get it to a point where it'll transfer heat better to the strands of wire. And then I can push solder directly into the strands up on top. You can also do it like left to right, bottom to top. If for some reason you'd rather put the soldering iron tip on the top of the exposed wire and add the solder from below, that works too. Some people will make a little thingy for the solder like this, right? Stand it up, and then you can take the tip of the iron and push the solder down into the push the wire down into the solder. That totally works too. Yeah, whatever's best for you. Cage Drummer wants me to sign his moon. Schnaub says, you brought up politics and it ran through the group like diarrhea. Did it really? All right, no more politics talk. Everybody stop. Sorry. Frank Nicholas says, should always use flux before tinning, even if the solder has flux in it. Just a flux pen swipe on the wire /pad before tinning will make things go better /easier. Very, very true. I typically don't have much of a delay not doing that, but it's always a good idea to do it the right way. Drone Pilot says, when we did our first year of electrical engineering, our teacher made us solder wire cubes 9x9. I'm trying to picture that. What's that mean, Drone Pilot? I'm fucking intrigued. Are you saying like 9 wires into... I need to know what that means. That sounds incredible. It sounds incredibly frustrating, but it also sounds like incredible practice. 9x9 cubes. Wire cubes 9x9. Surely it's not a straight up cube made of wire. That would be ridiculous. I mean, that would be crazy practice. Really good practice too, but crazy practice. I have a feeling that's what you're saying. Okay, so here's what Frank's talking about. Here's the right way to do it. You take your flux pen. I'm going to show you guys the wrong way for a second there. You take your flux pen. Mine is fucked. I really need to get a new one. I haven't used it in a while because it's really screwed up. This front part rips completely off of the body, and then it shoots the fucking flux everywhere. The proper way to do this is just to touch the ends of the wires with your flux pen real quick. And then, yeah. Can you fucking go back in there, you fucking... There we go. Where'd the solder go? I straightened it out and now it's invisible. Yeah, that's the proper way to do it. I mean, basically, before the soldering iron tip comes down onto something, it should be fluxed, really. That is, like, the best possible case. Flux is a liquid that, it's basically just petroleum. And what it does is it just allows the heat transfer to happen quicker, more efficiently, more easily, yada, yada, yada. There is a school of thought that because, so that flux has a little bit of a corrosive element to it. So there's a school of thought that you can't leave flux on anything, so that when you do this and you add all this extra flux, basically when you add the extra flux, it doesn't all evaporate. It kind of hangs out on the surface forever. And there are people who say, all right, well then when you're and you should, at the end of everything, you should take alcohol and drink it because you're going to need it if it's a micro. But then you should take more alcohol and toothbrush off all of the flux. For me, I don't do that because I break shit so often that, yeah. Like, it's not gonna live anywhere near long enough to require that, because it's not like an I didn't clean the flux off and a week later my shit corroded back to the 1900s. It's not that. It's a much longer term failure than that. Much slower failure. See, I don't do that, but I also don't add. So you could argue that it's a little bit of like a balancing act, right? Like if you add a bunch of extra flux, then you've got a bunch of extra corrosive material that you might want to think about dealing with. I use mainly the flux that's in the solder, and that tends to be like just the right amount where it burns off and you don't really need to clean it. It would still help to clean it, but realistically that's a cold solder joint. realistically, yeah, the less excess flux on there, the less excess corrosive material. So it's a back and forth game of like sort of almost time management of like and it's also personal for each one of us too, right? Like if you're the better you are at soldering, the more you can sort of get away with. And I'm a half decent example of that in that I'm somewhat decent at soldering, so I can skip a bunch of steps, and I have not had a solder joint let go on me. I've actually had a bunch of situations where I've sort of wished that the solder joint was a little bit weaker, because it would have been a better scenario. I would rather have had the solder joint fail in some scenarios. So yeah, if you don't find that your solder joints are failing, in my opinion, you can kind of skip steps and just. I guess skipping steps is not the right thing to say. It's tailoring your workflow to your skill level and to your equipment, right? Because if you don't have a good soldering iron, that's not going to help either. So yeah, it's just sort of customizing the process for yourself. A lot of the soldering info that's out there is based around situations where the thing is going to try to last forever, and that's not us, man. Like I think it's important for us to understand and realize that these things are going to explode, right? Like, don't build garbage. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there are, you can save time by being realistic. Oof, I think I did fuck up. Did I just use the wrong one in the wrong spot? What the hell's going on? Hold on. God damn it. What did I do? Left long, right long, right long, left long. No, we're good. Jeez, okay. Yeah. Okay. I had such a moment of panic in my head. I was like, oh no! Oh. Frank Nicholas says, flux helps soldering at all skill levels. That's fucking so true, man. I have about 30 years experience. Good God, Frank. Yeah, very, very true. Flux is, it makes it better no matter what. And it's actually one of the little, like, it's one of my little kind of like secrets for when somebody tells me that they're not good at soldering. My immediate response is, do you have a flux pen? Because literally just having a flux pen will make you a better solderer. Well, let me reframe that. Using a flux pen, because I have one, but I'm not using it at the moment because it is fucked up. But yeah, using a flux pen will, like, no questions asked, make your soldering better. I mean, guaranteed. It's just, do you have the willpower to always use it? So basically, when I don't use it, it's just because I'm being lazy. But again, it's also saving time. Also trying to save time. And keep a little bit less flux from oozing around with everything. Oh, that's really secondary. It's mainly about time. This is it's always tricky to solder the second motor. The way that I do these kind of sideways to sort of protect the wires, it's everything is trying to be in the same spot when I do this. Takes a little bit of finger gymnastics. That's what she said. At the very least, I need to tin the tip of the soldering iron here. Alright. Come on, little friend. Be nice. No. Come on. Oh, yeah, it's stuck. Good. Also, always remember that solder travels towards heat. Not a lot of people expect that. Alright, the tip of this iron is just disgusting. Damn it. There we go. Kept moving away. All right. Got this guy sat down here. Now we're talking. All right, last one on the right side. Okay, little fella. Get on there a little bit better than that. That's better. This ESC is really nice. It's got scallops. It's got pads on the top and scallops on the outside, which I really, really like. I'm a big fan of putting those scallops. So yeah, when you do it like that, it just keeps the wires from kind of poking out and being targets for Scraggle to eat. Know what I mean? It's much harder to solder the wires on the way that I just did. But yeah, Scraggle's bad. And it's worth the extra time to try to keep this shit out of the scraggly bits. Alright. Next. Zach says, can you call out your temp, please? 720. Although, don't take that as... that's... the temperature that you solder at should be that's another kind of personal thing. It's going to depend on your skill level. Like if you're having trouble... Well, and it also kind of depends on what you're having trouble with. If you're having trouble where things are happening too quickly, it might actually help you to lower the temperature. If you're having a problem where stuff is not heating up quickly enough, then it might actually help to do the complete opposite. So it's, yeah, try different temperatures. Definitely try different temperatures in different scenarios, and just try to kind of like pay attention to what's happening at those different temperatures. And you'll typically find like a temperature that works best for you. It also kind of depends on like what solder you're using. 70-30 versus what is it, 33-67, I guess. Yeah, there's different different little things that'll contribute to what temperature you solder at. I usually hang out or in the 600s, like the mid 600s, but I'm trying a little bit more temperature lately, just to kind of try to speed things up a little bit for you guys mainly. I don't have a problem with it being lower because my builds take forever anyway, so it's kind of like, who fucking cares? But yeah, in an attempt for every stream to not be 4 hours long, yeah, I'm trying to do things a little bit faster and not really succeeding, but hey, at least I'm trying, I guess. At least I'm trying. The most disgusting of soldering iron tips right now. But it's got a little bead of fresh solder on it. Oh yeah. And it had just enough. That's the ticket. Artemis Prime says you're doing a great job. We love you, homie. Thank you, Artemis. You're the man with the plan. Mad Fisher is a fan of high heat and short time. He's been watching too much Steele Davis, I think. That's Steele's approach. He runs at like 850 degrees and just like zaps stuff on instantly. That shit makes me nervous. Having the temperature up that high is chaos to me. I would rather be a little bit more slow and controlled. No wrong answers though. The high heat short time, I mean it depends on how short of a time, but it has the potential to be less hard. The problem is the margin of error is much smaller when you've got high heat and short time. Basically, if you don't get it right away and you spend a little bit too much time on that pad, you will lift that pad. Whereas low temperature, you've got a little bit more leeway. You can have that moment of frustration where you go, nope, I'm not removing this fucking soldering iron off this pad until it melts, which is something that kind of happens to me. I get that stubborn, like, no. Guess that's a part of it too, is kind of like knowing yourself, right? If you're a person that, like me, is just as stubborn as a fucking mule, high temperature might not be for you. We're all just snowflakes. Floating on a world of, I don't know, snowflakiness. Come on now. One pad has like betrayed me twice in a row. Right now is a perfect example of where if I had fluxed this pad, I would have been all right. It wouldn't be fighting me. But I didn't because I was trying to save time, and the time that I would have saved is now gone. It's an interesting. It's always been sort of like an interesting. I don't know. Situation. It's not the word. Ooh, let's do this one with finger. Get a little finger practice. Oh, hey, what's going on with that? Why are you trying to... Get away from that pad, you little jerk. What are you doing there? Get out of there. What? The hood from my Miata was supposed to be delivered to the shop last night, but the guy that was supposed to be delivering it called me at like fucking midnight. And I'm it was a very weird phone call. Like he called to tell me that he wasn't going to be able to deliver it because it was too late in the day. But then towards the end of the call, he was like, well, I'll try. Text me the address. I was like, well, you have the address, but wait, what? So yeah, I don't quite know. I'm actually going to get the Flux pen because this is being a real scumbag right now. This is kind of when I use the Flux pen is when pads start to act up and just be dicks. So let's fix this shit. You there, stop oozing to the pad next to you. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, the smell of straight flux burning. Now, you stay there, you dick, you jerk. Oh my god, what the fuck is what? Okay. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's happening. Every time I take the heat off of this pad, it goes from nice and smooth to a fucking red hot, cold solder joint, gnarled mess. I am like half-assing 18 things at once though, so let's just do a couple quick things that I've been procrastinating doing that are going to help me out here. First and foremost, get some solder. All right. Now I got some solder. Get out of here, stupid little piece that I keep trying to balance in different locations. Okay. Next, we shall move that out of the way. We're going to move these out of the way. I'll move this forward so that you guys can actually see what the hell I'm doing. I'm going to move this out of the way. And get my little tweezy tweezers. Take this off. I'll re-tin it. All right. Pad is good. Oh, yeah. So that wire did not take the tinning. It almost looks like I forgot to tin it, but I don't think that I forgot to tin it. All right. Be clean tip, and I'm doing this over the pads because this is a conformal coated ESC, and I'm just paying attention to make sure that there's no solder ballage. All right. Now, I'm also going to cut this guy down a little bit. It's a little bit too long. Okay. Now, it'll be fine. Because I did those things that I was kind of ignoring, just hoping like, nah, it'll be alright. It'll just sit down there. It'll be fine. There we go. Clean iron. Little bit of solder on there. Properly tinned wire. Down it goes. And just like that, all was right with the world. Last one. Okay. Look at us go. We know how to solder. Jesus. These are also very, these are kind of small gauge wire that come on these X-Nova motors. I've always heard that like most of our stuff is using wire gauge that's too big. But yeah. Frank says he wasn't watching, but you got to use flux on both the pad and the wire. Yeah, it definitely helps to do that. I typically don't, but if you're if you're a new solderer, I always recommend that because it really does help. If you've been around the block a few times, though, can typically skip it, as you guys have seen from every single build I've ever done on this channel. Okay, let's get a couple screws on these motors so that they're not flopping around, and we can just knock out the final assembly and we'll be good to go. Do a little hover test. I'll drop some tuning nuggets on here, and then we'll do that goddamn giveaway. Okay. Motor number 1. How are you today? Doing well? Okay, great. And there we go. Gel Captain says, "Hurry up! It's 1 a.m. I have to work tomorrow." You don't have to be here for the giveaway. As much as I want to just like do the giveaway right now, I said that I was going to do it when this Acrobrat is done, and I'm not a liar. So I've never twisted a motor wire up. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, if you guys go to sleep, you gotta go to sleep, just go to sleep. And check the end of this stream in the AM, and you'll have your answer to who won. Oh fuck, I still need to epoxy this. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. I need to epoxy this little collar in here. I think maybe I should do that now so that the epoxy has enough time to cure. So here's the epoxy that I'm using at the moment. It's made by JB Weld. I don't know if I love it yet. I used the Gorilla Glue epoxy before this, and what I do like about this epoxy is that once it's cured, it seems to be a little bit harder than the JB Weld or than the Gorilla Glue stuff. The Gorilla Glue stuff just seemed kind of loose butthole to me. Does anybody get that reference? I just need like the tiniest little amount. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ram a toothpick up each one of these little holes just to get a little bit of the stuff. So I'm just go in here. I'm just gonna squiggle that around a little bit. Wipe that on the thing, and then I'm going to take the opposite side of the thumb. This isn't a thumb, this is a toothpick. Take the opposite side of the toothpick, and there we go. Mix those two little fellers up there, and that should be just enough. If you rammed the same part of the toothpick down the opposite thingy, you would create you would never need to worry about using that epoxy ever again. Because it would cure in the little hole, and yeah, that would be that. So mix, mix, mix. I just need the tiniest little bit, and I'm not gonna wait for this to, usually I wait for it to kick a little bit and get a little bit thicker, but in this case I think I'm gonna be just fine. A little bit of it around the outside in here, and then we're just gonna push that collar right down in there. Where'd that little guy go? Oh, shit balls. Oh, God. There it is. I always will put them on a little, put the little collar onto a screw just so I have a little handle. Where'd the camera go? There it is. Alright, and we're just gonna give that guy a little bit of love there. Okay. I mean, you came out of there fucking easily. Why don't you want to go back? Oh, God. Okay. Woo. Alright, I just want it to go down a little bit more. There we go. Okay, that's flat. Yeah, that should be flat enough. I'm tempted to just like, yeah, I'm just gonna put like a little tiny bit around the outside there, just to kind of like seal it almost. Let's see, just like, make sure I don't get it. Make sure I don't get it in the hole. That's what she said. Don't get it in the hole. Just get it around the outside here. And I'm also trying to not put so much that it... I don't want to create like a raised surface here because this has to mount directly against the carbon, you know? I'm more just trying to like kind of push this into the outside crack a little bit. Just to make sure it's strong. Because cameras do take some significant abuse. Alright. That's good. It's not raised in a way that's gonna make it act funny against the carbon. And yeah, so we're good. And I'm actually gonna trash that toothpick because it's got shit on both sides. Any suggestions for analog cam on a 5-inch build? FPV Necromancer asks. I am on this nano camera kick right now, so I'm really digging the Phoenix Nano, the Runcam Phoenix Nano. But there's a lot of other good. There's a lot of good cameras out. My God, there's a lot of good cameras out. It's kind of ridiculous how many options there are. Yeah, and there's also a lot of really good camera reviews out. So I would just hit up a bunch of like Gal Kramer reviews. He has a really nice rig that carries 4 cameras at a time. Other than that, I mean, to be honest, you can kind of just buy the camera that is your favorite color and you'll be totally fine. I know that sounds ridiculous, and it is pretty ridiculous, but it's also true. Like, so many of the cameras are just so good that yeah, you can choose based on which one smells the best, and you'll be totally fine. So there we have it. Other than this VTX, which I just remembered now I wanted to do something about, we're pretty much done. What the hell am I going to do about this VTX is the question. So it's just, if I'm honest, the 20x20 VTX in the Acrobrat thing, I'm just not, I don't like it. It's just too big. It's too big for the Acrobrat. Yeah, I'm gonna take this out. It won't fit. It's not a great option for the Acrobrat. Any of the 20x20 ESCs. Yes, there are holes in the back for it, but those holes are close enough to the ESC and flight controller mounting holes that on a lot of builds it's a problem. So I've got a couple of extra VTXs. and I'm going to use one of them. What do we got? No, that's receivers. Where's the VTX bag? There it is. Okay, so what do we got? There's a Tramp. There's an Eschine Nano. There's a Tiny Tramp. And oh, there's a 5-volt Unify in here? I didn't realize that. Look at that. I put that in something. What am I doing? I'm going to use something really small for this because I want to mount it down in there. So let's go with the, I think the Eschine Nano, right? Or the Tiny Tank. Tiny Tank's a little bit smaller. Yeah, you know what? Tiny Tank is going to fit really nicely in that little hole. So we'll go from one Rush VTX to another. How about that? Okay. Here we go. Ah, shit. SuprDlux, are you 100% MMCX? Or do you have UFL antennas as well? I don't think I have a single MMCX VTX, though. To give ya. Nope, I don't. I don't. So... But look at that. That's funny. I have the exact same... antenna as you do, but with UFL. So I'll put that in. Okay. Tiny Tank, thank you for labeling your thingies. We've got SW plus 5-volt ground, data, cam, and VTX. What the hell does that mean? I mean... Here we go again! Oh no, the keystrokes aren't working anymore. God damn it, OBS. Here we go. What's it called again? Rush Tiny Tank? Rush Tiny Tank wiring. Alright. That's what I'm talking about. Just tell me what's video in, tell me what's video out. It's... Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, farts. What did I do? What have I done? Ah, okay. Kick the foot switch. Man, I'm exhausted. Jesus. Okay. On the bottom, there is that. So I want video in. So they have video in labeled as cam. That's interesting. Video in is cam. Data is data. That's good. And then it just says 5 volts. So I'm assuming that's 5 volt in. I'm assuming that this doesn't have 5 volt out. But I believe this current setup has VBAT going to the video transmitter. So that needs to get fixed, otherwise it will just blow up immediately. Which, a couple weeks ago, I ruined 2 Eschine Nanos in a row by not realizing that very stupidly. Is there really not a 5 volt pad in the back here? You dummies. That's okay. SuprDlux with the weed number of dollars. He says, touch butts, it's dab time. Alex Dvornik matching him with the weed number of dollars. And now we've got $8.40. We're going to spend that on, I don't know. Ran out of creative juice on that one. Thank you guys, much appreciated. To the healthcare fund. Huzzah. Let me tin up this 5-volt pad here. All right. And I'm also going to do this. I'm going to take this ground off, and I'm going to move this VTX ground over onto the camera ground pad. Putting your VTX and camera grounds on the same pad is always a really good idea. Yes, it's annoying to have to double wires up on the same pad, but it's worth it to prevent forest fires. And you know the best way to prevent forest fires is to be able to see the forest. Now when I cut that, a little piece of that wire went somewhere. There it is. Found it. If I can't find them, my anxiety takes over and I go to a very dark place. Which is a good thing, because those little solder balls can fuck yo shit up. Alright, here we go. Trying to put 2 wires in the same pad. This is always fun. Where'd the solder go? How did it get to that? Oh shit, I didn't change the screen. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Sorry. Told you I was a bad streamer. I fucking warned you guys. I hit the button. In fairness, I hit the button, but the keystrokes are not working at the moment. FPV Drew with the weed number of dollars as well. He says, are we sparking this donation or what? Oh my god. Maniac FPV, shots, everybody with $5 via the super chat. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you. Chomper asks, do you like the Renaissance fairs? I've never been to one, to be honest, Chomper. When I was really young, I got into Dungeons and Dragons. I had a friend who was super into AD&D, and he kind of sucked me in, and there was like a year or so of my youth that I was getting all into the medieval stuffs, but it didn't last much longer than that. That faded after that, and I never really looked back, and I've never really revisited the Renaissance fair life. Back then I was too young to be able to actually like go to anything. So yeah, I don't know. I think that could be fun. Just neat to see. Could be cool to fly. Imagine flying a Renaissance fair. What an incredible dichotomy of everything. Okay, so now we're gonna send it 5 volts so that it doesn't implode, and I think I might cut these wires down a little bit. Maybe they're awful long. I think I might cut them like halfway. Give these wires a little tug. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that you guys want to be doing is after you're done soldering a wire, just give it a little tug. Like of course, you're going to think, well, no, I'm afraid of breaking it. Well, you kind of want it to... If you tug on it and it breaks, then there's a really good chance it would have broken in the air. So, yeah. Be afraid of not tugging on it, because then you don't know if it would have broken in the air or not, right? So, I got a little bundle here. I think I'm going to chop them right about there, because I just need to go down with it. Yeah. I'm going to chop it right here. Yoink! Hopefully that's not too short. And we're going to strip them and tin them. Greg Womack is late. Lost in his head. It's okay, bro. You can always rewind. What else do we have? Alex says, how's full-time FPV going so far for you? Are you getting a steady influx of new patrons? The last couple weeks have actually been pretty good. Before that, it was not. Before that, I was very close to kind of giving up because the Patreon had been just shrinking for months and months and months. But yeah, it's been good lately. So I've got sort of a renewed hope, and yeah, I'm just grinding as best I can, trying to figure out what my place is and what my value is, and like if it's gonna if it's gonna work. I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, but it's very, very difficult. I mean, going into business for yourself is always impossible, though. My wife has been doing it for the last 3 years and is in a really good place now, but she had to bust her ass for 3 years, you know? I'm what, 6 months in, 7 months in? So, like, even though I'm impatient as hell, unfortunately being impatient doesn't make it take any less, right? Doesn't speed it up at all. You have to do the work, and unfortunately for me, the most difficult part and the part that has occupied a lot of time this year has been just figuring out how to not let the mental illness take over and run the show. So yeah, it's interesting, right? Working for somebody else, there's a very clear, like, do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this, right? Working for yourself, there's none of that. You have to do all of that. And as I found out, that's it triggers the shit out of my depression. And just like the uncertainty, it's been really, really hard, and I've really struggled. So it's been a lot of, like, just trying to not lose it. Trying to not, like, just trying to keep waking up every day and just keep some hope that this is going to work, and not, like, psych myself out. And so yeah, but I mean, as someone that's going to live the rest of his life with mental illness, that's a part of it, right? Like, there's no other way. This is the way. The fact that I wish it wasn't the way sometimes doesn't matter. Like, it is the way. So I just have to keep going, you know? I mean, I'm trying to do that as open-eyed as I possibly can, and I'm trying to be as realistic as possible with when I should bail, but it's incredibly difficult to figure that shit out. And I don't know. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake. Maybe I am, but I would like to think that in the future, even if this is a huge mistake, at the very least, I will be able to say that I tried, and that I didn't bail too early. That's kind of one of the things I'm really afraid of, is that I'll quit too early. You know, the last episode of the Quarren stream was supposed to be it. I had said, you know, this is, I'm going to crank as hard as I can for 30 days, and at the end of that, I'll make the decision. And I was like in tears in that last Quarren stream episode because I thought that was it. And after talking some more and to some folks and kind of soul searching, I realized that it was I was nowhere near, like, that was just like, yeah, that was a big project, streaming every single day for 30 days. Like, that's a lot, but that's only 30 days. Like, the algorithm and just building your own business doesn't, you can't do it that way. You can't just work really hard for 30 days and say, well, I gave it my all. The effort is important, but the time is arguably just as important, is what I learned. And you just have to be patient, you know. Just being patient is a big part of a lot of things in life, and I'm not a very patient person. So yeah, when someone else tells me that maybe I should just shut the fuck up and be patient, I have to listen, right? Because I know that that's one of my weaknesses. So if odds are that the other person is kind of way more dialed in than me when it comes to patience. So that's where I'm at. And I am cautiously optimistic at the moment. The last couple weeks have been really good, and I think if it keeps going the way that it's been going over the last couple weeks, I think this is a totally doable thing, and I think that by April, I should be in a place where I can maybe live off of this, without in a way that is not like destructive. Like, realistically live off of it, not right now I'm not realistically living. No health insurance is not realistic. No car is not realistic. Never leaving the house is not realistic. Like, there's all these sacrifices that I've made this year, and it's important for me to realize that those need to be temporary sacrifices. Those aren't forever sacrifices. So I need to kind of be careful with that, but I don't know. I'm trying to be as eyes open about it as possible, and do as much as I possibly can up to the point where I either quit or self-destruct. And that's unfortunately for me, the self-destructive shit is always there waiting to get me, to come and get me. Did I just put the light right in the way? Can you guys not see literally anything right now? This is a little bit of a challenging solder. Oh no, you guys can totally see. Look at that. This is a bit of a challenging solder here. So I am not going to give you guys the best view of it, but I'm just going to get it done. Especially because we're, what, probably 4.5 hours in now? Jesus. World's slowest quad builder. I see some good stuff in the chat, but I want to get through this. So give me a minute. I'll be right with you guys. It's interesting too. Not, you know, there's this everybody always wants to work for themselves so that they don't have to have a boss. But now that I've worked for myself, the value of having a boss has become very apparent. Like, and it's just really nice to have somebody to help you know what the fuck to do, right? Like, just having to own that all by yourself is way more challenging than I thought. And way more confusing and way more like of a mind fuck. And I mean, it doesn't help that it's FPV, right? So it's this infinitely changing, moving target. And like, we don't know what's going to be, we don't know where the right place is in FPV to make money. Is it piloting? Is it instructional content? Is it builds, right? Like, what the hell is it? And that just, of course, adds to it. Oh my god, that is the most gorgeous little set of solder balls I've ever seen. Let's see if they're going to be strong. 1 second, boys and girls. Look at these under a 5x loop, and they're just as pretty under 5x magnification as they are to the naked eye, and that is a good thing. I think we're done soldering. Say it ain't so. All right, what's going on in the chat here? I'm going to more than likely preemptively turn off the soldering iron. And I'm just going to take a second to get caught up on chat. I know this is a build stream, but I've been told by multiple people now that the one of the things that they really love about me over everybody else is that I read all the comments where you guys tag me, and that's something that I love. When I was I watch a lot of streams, and there's only been one streamer ever that has done this that I've ever found, and it's Riker. Right? Riker would always make sure he read everything, right? It was just, which is why he was always behind. So when I say scrolling, and a lot of those things, I'm stealing them from Riker. Riker is a Diablo 3 streamer, oddly enough. That when Kristen and I were playing Diablo 3 for 2-3 hours a night every night, we watched a good amount of Riker to figure out, you know, builds and strategies and all that shit. And yeah, he was always an hour behind on chat because he would read every single chat. He would tell people, hey, tag me, type Riker, if you want to talk to me directly, and I will read it. And it was something that made his streams very unique to me. And it just felt really good that, like, that he was willing to do that. It really drove home the fact that, like, he gave a shit about his audience. And I don't know, I never even really thought about it. Like, I always just kind of did that from the jump. But yeah, I've been told by a bunch of people that it really is a big deal. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. I didn't even think about it until now, but so here we go. In the chat, Greg Womack said he's late. Oh wait, no. Okay, so here we go. Here's Alec asking about how full time is going. We talked about that. Maniac said don't be Maniac FPV putting a time code in the chat, which unfortunately doesn't work. You got to put the time codes in the comments. You guys can't comment until the end of the video. But 41356, he said, don't be afraid to tug on it. Don Ladd says, always a good tug. Pandemic Pilot with $2 Canadian dues. He says, always trug hard repeatedly over and over. Trug? T-R-U-G? Always trug hard? Try? Always try hard? Always try hard. Repeatedly over and over. Pretty sure that's what he meant to type. SuprDlux says it's chafing. Maniac FPV says, don't give up. I'm trying, brother. I ain't giving up yet. God damn it. That's it. That's all we get. Alex then says, remember, you are inspiring people and doing a great job at staying on the grind. Thank you for saying that, Alec. I very, very commonly forget that. That means a lot to me. I just knowing who I am, like, I have to be careful because I will let that drive me to the point of, like, self-destruction, basically. Like, I have to be careful and, like, have a ripcord that I can pull. Because otherwise I will just run this fucker till the wheels fall off, and yeah, it won't be good. SuprDlux says, we got your back, Ciotti. Love conquers all, especially depression, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Super. Schaub says, get SSI for your mental illness. So I was on SSRIs for a little over 3 years. Getting laid off and losing my health insurance, unfortunately, has prevented me from staying on them. But I've been ups and downs. There are some real benefits of not being on them, if I'm really honest with you guys. I definitely recommend that, like, if you're on them, don't just jump off them because you saw me. I have not, every single one of you, your mental illness path is your own. Don't let anybody else affect that in any way, or it will go bad. It is between you and your loved ones and your therapist or psychiatrist, or hopefully both. I look forward to the day where I can have insurance again to maybe go back on them. At the very least, go back to a psychiatrist to talk to them about my experience of coming off of them so that we can continue to adjust them. Those medications are a lifelong journey. Your body is going to change. Your body is going to react differently to them over time. And just your life is going to change. You as a human being is going to change. So, it's... And I'm actually glad that I got the opportunity to come completely off of them. It's a little scary that I don't have an affordable way to go back onto them. But, I was on them for over 3 years straight, and when it's been that long, you lose a lot of perspective on how important certain things are to you, and the side effects are real. They're real, and they're real hard. So it's a journey. Maniac FPV, $5 super chat. He says, you're the man, keep on trucking. Thank you, Maniac. You're a fucking maniac. Chomper FPV says, listen to your heart. Well, yeah, but gotta be careful. Gotta listen to your heart with a little bit of brain. Pandemic Pilot says, been down that road for 6+ years, luckily much caused by doctors not listening to me, believing I've had a genetic variant. Yeah, it's tough, Pandemic. Just keep going, man. You got it. Zach says, I struggle with mental illness and use CiottiFPV as a good example to follow. Thanks, dude. That's super cool. Just be careful with that, all right? Be careful with that. It's your journey. When you see me do something, don't, like, just use that as I'm just a grain of salt, man. I'm a grain of salt and a big fucking shaker. Greg Womack with a $4.99 super chat. He says, how much time would I be cutting in flight by adding 3-blade prop and a Foxy or Lollipop antenna to the Nameless RC N47 rig? Nameless RC N47. What is that? Ooh, it's a toothpick. Let's see. So the question is, how much time by adding 3 blades? and a lollipop. So those are 1103s. The bigger problem, Greg, in my opinion, going from a 2-blade to a 3-blade, is going to be that you are going to even further overwhelm that 1103's motor, that 1103 motor's ability to handle that propeller. For me, an 1103 is only a 2-inch, is only good for a 2-inch propeller. In this case, they put a bi-blade. I think that's a 2.5-inch bi-blade on there. So you can kind of get away with it, right? Like, you got 3-blade, 2-inch weighs pretty much what a bi-blade 2.5-inch is going to weigh. But now if you go to a 3-blade 2.5-inch, these motors are going to be overwhelmed. So you're going to lose PID loop performance. You're going to lose, just in general, you're going to lose flight performance, but you're going to gain a little bit of durability because a 3-blade is a lot easier on the motors. With a 2-blade, when you hit the concrete, the blades will just move out of the way, and the motor bell will smack into the concrete, and you're done. Whereas with a 3-blade, there's the propeller is always going to hit the ground first. It's never just going to move out of the way. It's going to hit the ground. It's going to take some of the energy out, and then if you push hard enough, you'll push through the propeller and then hit the motor bell. Tri-blades would be really nice for durability, but yeah, I don't think you're going to like the flight performance. Luckily, they're cheap enough that it's kind of like, well, fuck it, just order a couple bags of 2.5s and throw them on there and see if it's okay. You might be okay with that. But yeah, that's sort of like the full answer to that question. Foxy or Lollipop is probably all of about 1 gram. I can't imagine that would do much to the flight time. These bi-blades to a tri-blade, you're probably going to lose 20 seconds, though, on the flight time. It kind of depends on what your flight times are at the moment, but my guess would be you'll lose about 20 or so seconds going from a 2 to a 3-blade. It's a really good question, Greg. SuprDlux says, I'll keep sponsoring your streams until I'm dust. People like SuprDlux that make this shit possible. Thank you, Super. Alex says, also, I'm pretty proficient at soldering, but I'm stealing some of your technique. Sounds good, Alex. Grain of salt, again, on the soldering shit. Like, I'm not an electrical engineer. My dad is. I grew up with him. I didn't do a lot of soldering with him, but I grew up seeing it, and then he gave me a bunch of pointers when I started working on this. Most of my soldering tips and tricks have come from just doing this over and over and over again. So you've been warned. The way that I do this is based mainly around what works for me rather than the perfect way to do it, right? BuddhaFPV says, I used to use meth to help my depression. Now I'm just addicted to CiottiFPV. That's a fucking t-shirt right there. If I had a website, I would take that and put it as a fucking what's the word? You guys know the word. There's a word. Patience is a virtue, Chomper says. That adage exists for a reason. Very true. Rusty Signal is here. What's up, Rusty? Keep at it, bro. I will. Did you guys go and fly and have fun today while I've been here working? You fuckers. There's a really awesome group of guys here in Atlanta that fly every single Sunday right on top of this stream. So the day that Joshua stops doing his Sunday at 1 o'clock streams, I'll be able to start flying with those guys again. But getting the shout out from Joshua at the end of his streams is just way too valuable to not stream right after him. So plus I love hanging out with you guys. So yeah. Don Ladd says, I was a drug addict and FPV saved me. That was 4 years ago. Still suffer from depression, but FPV and all the good people in the hobby help a lot. That's awesome, Don. That's fucking magic, man. That FPV does that shit to people. FPV's been a great thing for me, but it hasn't done anything. I mean, that's life-changing shit, man. You know, like that's like turning point for the next 30, 40, 50 years of your life. That's huge, bro. Don Lads also says, never give up. B-Man says, what's up? Alex says, instead of a boss, you have a collective. It's true. You guys are all my bosses. You guys are really way better bosses than any boss I've ever had previously. I used to love when Joshua would say that. I'm totally stealing that from Joshua. He used to always say that you guys are all my bosses. When his Patreon really picked up, he used to say, you know, you guys are all my bosses. And it's true. It's so true. And you guys are great bosses. What did I really get that far behind on the chat? Holy shit. Turbo time. SuprDlux says, looking sexy AF. Don Ladd says, that's what she said. I wish I knew what I was saying. And then he says, true. Gel Captain says, in bed, tuning in again to your live stream again. Mars FPV Drones just put an LS1 in your car and punch it. Yeah, right. I've driven a Miata with an LS1. It's not good. It's too much. It's just too much torque for the chassis. It just completely overwhelms everything. And the wheel wells. The biggest problem, though, with LS1ing a Miata is that the wheel wells in the Miata are not big enough for the amount of actual tire grip that you need for 300 plus foot-pounds of torque and 400 plus horsepower, blah, 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 blah. Plus, it's expensive. LS1ing a Miata is way more expensive than you would possibly imagine, mainly because you have to change everything. The transmission can't take that shit. The braking system can't take that shit. The rear differential can't take that shit. The subframe can't take it. Like, you have to upgrade it. I mean, you don't have to, right? You can just put the motor in and go die, basically, because you won't have brakes to be able to stop or a chassis that can handle it. So you'll just immediately spear off the side of the road into a goddamn ditch, and it'll happen at 7,000 miles an hour because you'll be in a 400 plus horsepower 2,000 pound car. But yeah, to do it in a way that you don't die immediately, it's like $10,000+. It's brutal. Dead Sneeze says, do you rub it before you tug it? Remy Tim says, here's today's word for reading all the chat. Fuck you. Pandemic Pilot with $5 Canadian. He says, I lost 6 years from doctor's med overdose for 6 years due to a genetic variant. All the doctors ignored. I paid for testing and was right. If you ever need to vent, hi. Pandemic, my wife and I actually, a few months ago, did a full psychological evaluation, and it was great. It was expensive, but it was. I think we both wished that we'd done it sooner. There's a lot that you can learn in talk therapy and from psychologists and psychiatrists, but taking a 3 to 4 hours worth of like very focused, targeted questions and tests is a whole different thing. And yeah, I guess. You know, between the two of us, we've probably spent $5,000 on therapy, right? Like,
I have a very unique situation with therapy. I've been in therapy for like 10+ years, so like I'm probably well, and I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we've both spent a lot of money. It would probably have made a little bit more sense to get a test done before that, right? But that's not the way that it typically happens. RiseXFPV says, tag, you're it. Frank Nicholas says, SSI equals Social Security Insurance. Oh. Right. Not, I thought it was a typo. Not SSRI. I'm special. Pandemic Pilot says, I'm off all meds now. We're in it together, Pandemic, you and I. Scroll. Shit, did it again. God damn it. Wait, no, there we go. It brought BW. Not sure what that means. JB Rocket says, I quit drinking and smoking weed to afford FPV. Just one of the many ways FPV is improving our lives. Dauntless H says, how's contact with Clam Man going? We have brief contact with him. I think is he? That's all the contact we get. Front-wheel drive GTI, oh man, Pandemic Pilot says, and then Huff19 says, I think he's quoting JB Rocket, I try to justify my FPV spending to my wife by saying it could be worse, I could have a crack addiction. It's true. Could be worse. Hey, there we go. We're caught up. Let's finish this build, guys. What do you say? It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. Holy shit on a shingle. That's a lot of hours and minutes. Oops, sorry guys. Now you're all confused. What did I just do? VTX, and then I turned off I probably mistakenly turned off the soldering iron. So I'm gonna do one rotation here. I'm gonna do one little rotation of these wires. Get them kind of bundled up nice here. Let's go for 2. Let's try for 2. Yeah, that'll be long enough. All right, cool. So now we're going to shrink wrap this guy. But before I shrink wrap it, I can't believe I'm going to remember to plug the UFL in. Usually I forget. And then I get to shrink wrap it a second time. But I'm on fucking fire today. I'm just remembering all the things. Okay. This is the shrink wrap that they give you with it, so it must be good. Seems like it's a little big, but yeah, it is a little big. I don't know why are we using shrink wrap that's that large? I'm also going to use this harder shrink wrap. How hard is your shrink wrap? Mine is hard as fuck. Usually I would, I'm at a point right now where, like, I will be honest with you guys, I do kind of want to bail and finish this either on another stream or by myself, but we're very close, and Clam Man, in the absence of Clam Man, I have to become Clam Man and embody the never give up spirit. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give in to the hunger, the actual hunger that I'm feeling. I'm not. God damn it. So the stiff shrink wrap does this thing. If you get it, if you hold your tiny torch a little bit too close to it, it splits. It's not a problem if you use a hot air gun, but hot air guns can eat me. So I just continue to beat my head into using a little torch. Those the ones? Wow, I'm running out. Oh my god. Never did I think I would run out of these, but looks like it's coming. Alright, let's try that again. Go roughly in half. Never give up. You know what? I have so many streams out there where I played that shit. This is my present to you guys. I'm gonna chance it just for you.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメダメダメやめ諦めたら。周りのことを思うよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそ、never give up.
Forgot until the last second. I totally forgot. That felt good. I needed that. It's been a while. I've been clan manless for far too long. That was good. And I lost the I cut the shrink wrap and now it's gone. No, there it is. It's just clear. It was hiding. Oh, that was refreshing. That brought me back, guys. You know what I mean? All right, holding the tiny torch farther away this time. One side. I like to do front, back, front, basically. Or just side A, side B, side A. What's kind of annoying is that I don't think we even really need the shrink wrap. Like this VTX has a heat sink on the bottom, so you can sit it down on the carbon without it being conductive. So it kind of doesn't need the shrink wrap, but I mean, I'm not gonna put it in without shrink wrap. That's silly. So here's what we're going to do with this little communications package. I am going to zip these guys both together, and then I'm going to mount them in the hole. Or not, because with shrink wrap on it, this doesn't fit in the hole. Yes, it does. It fits perfectly in the hole. So we're going to go like that, and then we're going to go like this. And then I'm just going to put one big zip tie around those holes there. And Bob is your goddamn uncle from that point on. Oh, God. Hopefully he's not... I mean, his name's not Lester, so in theory he's not a molester. But, yeah, he's just your uncle. So, here we go. And... so here's the receiver wires. I'm going to do a little something with them. I'm going to pass them over like this. Yeah, that's the ticket. So that's going to kind of force this little bundle of receiver wires to hang out over here. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that is looking good. Let me do this, though. I'm going to trim off a little bit of this excess shrink wrap here. Wow, this is weird. I just realized 2 weekends in a row I'm building other people's rigs. That is not something that I expected, but I ain't mad at it, as the kids say. I don't know why I would be mad at it, but I mean, they're kids, you know? They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Alright. And I'm just going to snip that little bit off there on the bottom. Trying my best to only cut the shrink wrap and not to cut the goddamn wires. This is just what I need right now to accidentally hack through the wires. If I have to turn the soldering iron back on, I'm out. So this is over. Fuck Clam Man. Clam Man has never soldered to a micro quadcopter, so he can blow me. Dreams.fpv says over here plus ultra-ing through the build. Ultra-ing? What does that mean? What does it mean to ultra-ing through a build?
Like
Ultra-marathon, Kristen says. Okay. Since this VHB has been removed once, I'm going to restore some of its stickiness with heat. Little trick for you. Just a little bit of it. If you hold it in your fingers like that, that'll make sure you don't get it too hot. Because you'll start burning your fingers and go, oh my god! There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is my take on SuprDlux's Acrobrat. Nice, neat, and tidy little VTX and receiver package in the butt there. It kind of sticks through the bottom a little bit, but not really. It just uses that little hole in the bottom as kind of like a little holder. We're going to zip tie it up. Get it assembled. do a couple Betaflight tricks, and that's going to be that. Wait, no. We got some SuprDlux, threw in some fancy lime green here. Make sure we keep them on brand or whatever. There we are. Alright, so here's one. I'm actually going to throw a second one on here. I'm constantly shocked at how often zip ties break on these things. Like, there have been so many situations where I'll mount something and with a zip tie, thinking like absolutely no way in hell this will ever break, and then sure as shit, 3 batteries later, that zip tie is left in shambles, and I'm left going, how the fuck did that happen? I want to put this one on the other side. I always try to put the head of the zip tie on the side that's going to have that needs a little bit more. I might be able to use this same zip tie on the side that needs a little bit more clearance length. Now I'm not going to reuse that. It's too short, jackass. So, like for example, on this side, this is the side where the UFL is. So that's where I want the head to be. The head of the zip tie. Not my dong. Before you comment, I know you want to. You don't have to. I already said it out loud. See what I mean? Because the head of the zip tie forces a 90-degree angle. So take advantage of that and put that 90-degree angle somewhere that it benefits you to have a 90-degree angle. And in this case, that means putting it right next to the UFL. This little thing just kind of popped out. Let me just get it back centered. Come on. This Rush Tiny Tank without the shrink wrap drops into this hole in the frame as if Tommy specifically made it. It's incredibly satisfying, but carbon is conductive, so it's not the best idea to do that. So don't do it. And this is the point in the build where you're going to want to just rush and just get it done. You must fight that urge, because this is the spot, this is the point in the build that, like, either some good shit's going to happen and you're going to make your setup more durable, or you're going to save 5 seconds by half-assing it. And then on the first battery, you're going to get into a crash, and the VTX is going to rip completely out of the back of it. And you're going to create, you know, the 3 seconds that you saved is going to create 2 more hours of work and or a bunch of money. So final assembly is, this is actually kind of my favorite part, because you get to really just kind of button things up and get it into a really good place that you're happy with, and it looks nice and blah blah blah. Insert other words here. I also try not to yank these zip ties down super hard.
It's 8 o'clock.
There's just no need. Not to mention that when you start cranking down really hard on them, you're going to use a bunch of their available strength. And then if they take a hit, you know what I mean? Like, they can more easily get to the limit of their strength. So yeah, you want them snug, but not hammered down as hard as you can. It's the balance is snug enough that they don't like shit doesn't move around and fall out, but not so hard that you waste a bunch of their strength. Yeah, we're looking good. We are looking good, folks. We need some more motor screws. We need some side plates. Otherwise, we're there. We're good to go. Nothing hits. Everything's happy. Cool. Time for motor screws. No. Let me go here first because I would like to screw this camera in so that it stops flopping around. Floppy cameras are never a good thing. Never let your camera be floppier than your boobies? Is there a different length for the camera? I think there is. What length did you use for the camera? Super. Oh, that one's a little bit longer. So that's, it looks like that's the longer one. Wait, no, that one looks long too. Hold on. Super, do you have a mix? Do you have a mix of different length hardware on these motor screws? Ah! Oh, what? At what point? Now I gotta get one of those demagnetizer things. I don't want these to be magnetic. God damn it! I don't think there's a way to make something not magnetic without the little tool. Right, guys? Come on, I never got the tool because I've never needed to demagnetize something. Oh god, this is so frustrating that these are magnetic now. Holy shit. I gotta do this all over again. I don't know what was... Okay, so here's two of the same. So in... Oh my god, I just dropped them and I don't know where they went. Okay. In theory, this is for the camera. Let's see. We're also going to test this epoxied in collar. Oh wow, no. That's definitely not for the camera. The short ones are for the camera, okay. Loons! Gotta say now that I see it all coming together like the color scheme. Yeah, right? It's also nice at this point because it starts to look like an actual fucking quad instead of just a pile of despair.
Much longer?
Half hour? You need me to stop? Sure? You okay? You don't look great. Sure? Okay. Here's the other dirty little secret of this, is that the camera is 19 wide, but these standoffs are 20 wide, so it does really help to put a little tiny spacer on here. What I use instead of a spacer is, if I have them, a little tiny rubber O-ring that then compresses a little bit. But I feel like I remember last time I was looking for them, I couldn't find them. There's little tiny M2 black rubber O-rings. And I have a funny feeling that I used all of them. See, now there's one. You know what? That's what it was. I could only find one. Yeah, I only have that one left. So, what else can I use? Some washers over here. Yeah. Here we go. These are the thicker metal washers. I'm going to use these guys. Okay. The problem I'm having is that the screw is a little bit too long. And so here's the pain in the ass, is you have to feed the screw through and then put the washer on. This is why using the little rubber guys was really nice, because they would just stick. The washer doesn't stick, but it's not that bad. How's that? Hey, perfect. Okay, good. That tightened up on there. I thought I was gonna have to add another one. Camera is now held in place. What was I gonna do? Something back here. Motor screws. Yeah, motor screws. Yeah, the 1804s look good, right? You know what? To me, the 1804s look like a proper 5-inch motor. And when you fly them, they fly a lot like a proper 5-inch motor. Like the aspect ratio of an 1804, right? 18 versus 4 is very close to the aspect ratio of a 2306. Much closer than most of the micro motors we've got. It sounds weird, but that's one of my favorite ways to quantify micro motors at this point, is to look at their ratio of height to width. And if they have a similar height to width ratio that a 5-inch freestyle motor has, that motor flies really good for freestyle. Go figure, on a micro. If the motor is a 1408, for example, that ratio of height to width doesn't really make sense. We don't have that ratio anywhere in 5-inch. And again, the reason that we can use 5-inch as a benchmark is that it's had much more of a development cycle. It's much farther along in the development cycle, so it's just another way of saying flies good. There's a mix of short and long screws on here, Super. I think you had half motor screws that are a little bit too short, and then half these proper ones, because I've got this like strange array of hardware in front of me here. Oh shit! No, I gotta put the fucking feet on. I totally forgot. What a dummy. I forgot all about the beautiful Quad 3D TPU. Sorry, Quad 3D. Hey guys, go check out Quad 3D. Go and tell them Ciotti sent you. He'll love that. Tell him your boy Aaron Ciotti said that if you didn't spend lots of money on his store, that he was gonna hit you with a metal folding chair. Get a kick out of that. I mean, who wouldn't get a kick out of that? Okay, TPU foot, which they are directional on the Acrobrat, so you can put them on wrong. But I didn't. So now the question becomes, what the hell hardware do we need to be long enough for the feet? And that's when Toxic FPV best 1S whoop is just a Modulus 6 with the 25,000 kV motors. I shit you not. I am completely done with Newbie Drone's boards having the individual, or having the smaller motor connectors and having to direct solder to them. Not to mention that unfortunately Newbie Drone uses Newbie Drone has to make their own version of every single Betaflight that comes out, because they use a non-standard OSD chip. And the problem with that is, when a new Betaflight comes out and you've got a Newbie Drone board, you can't use it. You have to wait. And in Betaflight 4.2's case, I ended up waiting like 4 or 5 months without 4.2, and I've moved over to the actual rate profile, so it really made a difference for me, and it was very frustrating to not be able to upgrade. So yeah, I love so many of Newbie Drone's products, but unfortunately, I think that they missed the mark on a couple things with the Acrobrat AIO. I've spent a lot of time with the not Acrobrat, Acro B rather. Sorry, I've spent a lot of time, as many of you have witnessed, with the newbie drone, Acro B AIOs, and I just sort of got to a point where I had to say, you know what, enough's enough. I have to move on to something that uses a standard motor plug and takes standard Betaflight releases. Those are really the two big things. There are some things about the Happy model boards that I don't like, but I could say that same thing about every single AIO board out there. The long and short of it is that the Happy model AIOs have, shockingly, the least number of things about them that I don't like, if that makes sense. They're kind of the best of the... Sounds terrible, but they're sort of like the best of the worst. The AIOs are all kind of like the worst right now. Like none of the AIOs are really bulletproof, and like it's like every single time a new AIO comes out, it feels like the wheel is being reinvented. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. Dauntless H says, why are 1104 motors so square? What? Is that like a... Is that like a pie joke that I'm not getting? Is that a math joke that I'm not privy to? What motors would be best for 3-inch freestyle build? Maniac asks. Depends completely upon the quad that they're going on, your flying style, where you fly, when you fly. There's like a million. Not to mention that there really isn't like a best per se. There are motors that are really good right now, but I mean in like 2 weeks there'll be like 80 more options. Joshua has been asking me for, well, ever since Quad Camp, to help him out with a micro part of his website, similar to the rest of FPV Know-It-All. And I have tried a whole bunch of times, but every single time, like the amount of time it takes me to start putting that together, what happens is all the shit changes, and like by the time I have something, it's not even remotely current. And like it's not even just that it's not current, it's that they're like for example, less than a year ago 1507s were the perfect motor for a Cinewhoop. Today 1507s are some of the worst options for a Cinewhoop, just because we've had this huge explosion in much better motors for that platform. And micros like are just constantly on that like cycle of just like, oh, this is the best we've got right now. Oh, it's been a week. Now it sucks. Here's 18 different things that are way better. And the other big problem with that is like stuff disappears forever, right? Like when I say, you know, hey, go with this motor, and then you literally, and then you do, and that motor gets discontinued 3 months later, and you can't get replacements anymore. That sucks. like that sucks really bad, because now you've got potentially three perfectly good motors that you just kind of wasted your money on, right? I mean, you didn't really waste your money. You flew them, but you know what I'm saying. I'm going to give it another go. He messaged me about it pretty recently. And I am going to give it another go because I feel a lot better about it right now, because we finally have, like, so previously it was going to be a very convoluted setup of like, hey, you know, you gotta go. So like my RC Mark, for example, right, and the 1306s, 1304s. I couldn't figure out previously how the hell to put in there, like, hey, this is the best motor for this setup, but you're going to have to order it from only one place, and sometimes it's not in stock there. And when you go on there, make sure that you turn off the warranty, because the warranty is like, there were just all these fucking conditions around like where and how to buy all these micro parts and pieces, and that doesn't work on a website, right? Like a website needs to be cut and dry. Like this is this and that and the end. And like back when I was trying to figure out like how, like what kind of content I was gonna really focus on, it was one of the big things that led me towards streaming, because I knew that I needed to talk this shit out with you guys, and I knew that I wasn't gonna be able to just say, oh hey, you got a 3-inch build, here's the perfect motor for that, done. That just doesn't exist. Micros are still such a moving target, but I think that we have just enough motors available. Although the problem that I'm going to run into is frames. There really aren't any super good micro frames in my opinion right now. There are frames that are okay. There are frames that are terrible, but there just aren't many really good micro frames that I can say like definitely get this. Like for example, the BQE Ripsqueak Micro was a complete revelation, because there was just not a single other frame to build a 200 gram 3-inch rig that would tick a bunch of really important boxes like durability, props, as little prop in view as well. I don't know. I haven't thought about it in a while, but yeah, many things. In the chat, Dauntless says they seem as tall as they are wide. It is just, oh right. Is it just that the bottom of the stator is big? Also, why are 1106 taller than they are wide? It doesn't make sense. And then Crunked says, you can just ask me, I'm always current. What do you mean, Crunked? You're not into the micro stuff though, Crunked, right? Are you? I didn't think you were. Maniac FPV says, have you seen the 3-inch Baby Wasp? I have not, Maniac. I don't even know what that is. I haven't even heard of that. We got some motors on there, boys and girls. Super. I'm gonna leave these motor wires as is, and then whatever your method of holding them down is, I'm just gonna leave them so that you can do that. I use electric tape, but I know everybody has their own way of doing that. Yeah, these motors look so tall because no matter what, the stator base has to have room for the screws to come through, bearings, and so yeah, there's always going to be a not to mention that every motor manufacturer handles it a little bit differently. It being the layout of and the height of the stator. I have no problem with the motor itself being taller, because what that typically does is it actually usually helps the center of gravity. Because motors are usually the center of gravity is usually a little bit too high, so having the motors be a little bit taller will help that out, in that it I figure out which side these go on. It raises the prop line, which kind of like artificially inseminates. No, it artificially helps the thing. I'm also going to cut the front of these guys off. He's got this set up to cradle the bottom plate, which is it's good for durability, but it's not good for the clean dirty system. So I'm just going to make a little modification here and just chop that like that, because I don't want this TPU to interfere with the clean dirty setup at all, because you do have an HD camera in here. So let me just really quickly do that on both of these. And when GetFPV did the build video for this, they put zip ties around this back standoff, and when you do that, you take up a bunch of the gap here that the clean dirty system relies on. Same kind of situation up in the front here. That's exactly what when I was watching that review, I was like, no. Like, I saw them getting ready to do it. I was like, no, Speedy, don't do it. Oh, you did it. Damn it. Okay, so this one goes on this side. So yeah, I just cut them like that so that they just roll right off there. And now on this side, I'm going to have to remove all these standoffs, which is kind of frustrating, but whatever. Acrobats are also very, I'm just realizing Acrobats are builds that take a long time. It's a tight build, I think, is the main reason for that. And I'm really glad. It's not a bad thing. Tight builds are really good. Tight builds are lighter weight, and they typically fly better because of that. So, yeah. All right. Maniac FPV is going to send me an oik. SuprDlux says, use electric tape on the motor wires. That's what I do. All right, nice. Cut approved. Chomper FPV says, it's such a it's such a go hard, it's inspiring. Maniac FPV says, sent you a pic of the baby wasp on Facebook. Very cool, Maniac. I'll check it out after the stream. Ruby Tim says, what's stopping you from making a 3-inch glide with Bob? Speaking of no good frames available, Bob is. I've asked him that a bunch of times, and he's super busy with a million of his own projects, and that's a good thing. I've talked to a lot of people about making a frame with them, and it's constantly just time. It's a huge time investment. I don't have any engineering ability to take any of that work away, and yeah, it's just a big fucking time vampire, man. It'll happen someday. Yeah, that day ain't today. Also, the thing with Bob is that he doesn't think that this style of rig flies good. His idea of a proper 3-inch rig is a toothpick. And that's, I get it. Like, toothpicks have a very specific flight characteristic, that a lot of people really like. I'm not one of them, but that's okay. I don't know. And Bob has done, he made it was basically a 3-inch floss. And it had some of these same components that I love, and he hated the way that it flew. And I've talked to him a bunch of times, and I've tried to figure out why. But I've never super duper gotten to the bottom of it. And so yeah, I mean, if he doesn't believe in it, right, then it's not going to be a good fit for anybody. That's what she said. I hate to do it, but I'm just gonna, yeah, okay. So I was trying to not just crank this and let it push the TPU out of the way, because I was afraid it would that it would fuck up the TPU, but it was fine. See how close that is in the front? See how close that TPU is to the between the two plates, and that's after cutting it. Is that it? Is that how you do a build? I always feel like I'm missing something at this point. Yeah. Side plate. Oh. Yes, I am missing something. Ha 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 ha! There we go. Look at your boy remembering things. And that looks like a quad now. It really looks like a quad. Necromancer says, do you know if Cricket has a 3-inch Moongoat coming out? I highly doubt it. I have never known Cricket to have any interest in micros whatsoever. I could totally be wrong. I'm not. I am close friends with some of the guys. I'm not close friends with Cricket. It's not that we're not friends. It's just that he has a full-time job, and selects his. He's got like a tight group of friends in FPV, and I'm not in that group, and that's fine. It's not everybody can be friends with everybody else. There just isn't enough time. But yeah, I've never known him to show any interest in micros whatsoever. God damn it, Larry. The one part of the Acrobrat that you have to do in a very specific order is mounting the camera. Because of the fact that you have to use a little washer, you have to mount the camera before you screw the carbon in. So we want to go in, and then we need this guy to go on, and then we put this on. We screw the camera in, and then we put the M3 hardware back. Okay, so we got that there. Bring this in. Oh, Jesus. Come on now. Everybody just cooperate for 1 minute, and this will all be over before it gets bad. Oh, you son of a bitch, you. So that's not even the right goddamn... That wasn't even the right fucking driver. I hear Charlie just screaming in the living room, and I'm very jealous. I want to go in there and watch so bad, but I love you guys, so I'll stay here.
Dennis is yelling at them. They're all trash. He's like, "You are trash."
Dennis is calling everybody trash right now. Kristen reports.
Yeah.
Got a It's Always Sunny Kristen live action report going on. While she slaves away at graphic design work. If you know anybody that needs graphic design work, don't send them to Kristen. She's booked up for the rest of the year. How about that shit? That, which is kind of one of the pillars of success that I've been waiting for is just to be busy and like be booked up. I don't love being like just not being booked up forces you to have to like figure things out. It just makes you work so much harder, right? Like I can't wait for there to be work that kind of comes to me so that I don't have to think as much, and so that I can just sort of react and just do the things that I've set up that I want to work on. Be that piloting, be that like the stuff on Fiverr. Yeah. It's nice to have like a fucking sheet, right? Like just this is what to do. Just do this, do these things. Not having that has been very weird. I've never worked for myself. I've worked for other people literally my entire career. So we're talking like a million years. 20 plus years. I've been working since I was 17 years old. So it's over 20 years. 23 years. I'm bad at math. SuprDlux, you are going to have a shitload of green TPU in either your FPV or your HD or maybe both. I'm going to leave these on. You decide if that's a deal breaker or not. These are easy to remove. But I'm going to put them on because they do a really good job protecting the vertical front standoffs. What I would do is I would come in with a soldering iron and just like figure out exactly what is getting into the view, and just like with the soldering iron to put a little bit more of a 45-degree angle. It looks like Quad 3D already did that. He's got a 45-degree angle here, which is really good. The problem is this tarsier, not him. This frame is meant for the RunCam hybrid. The tarsier is a little bit smaller. So yeah, this isn't a Quad 3D problem. This is a Caddx problem for making their camera smaller, basically, than the RunCam hybrid. Looks like a quad to me. Go-Kart Mozart said, what do you think about the Armatan Micros 2.5 to 3 inch? I don't like any of Armatan's frames, Go-Kart. I hate to be... I know that this is going to piss some people off because there's a lot of people that love Armatan. But I think that the attitude of the owner, the guy that runs it, Chris, is really bad. And I think that his choice to not do what every single other frame designer and or person that understands carbon fiber has done, which is to run the long strands of the carbon along the length of the arms, is a huge mistake. Armatan frames have notoriously really big problems with mid-throttle oscillations, and as well as weak arms that break very easily. And both of those problems, in my opinion, are specifically because of the fact that he refuses to run the carbon fibers down the length of the arms. So yeah, they're until they make a frame that complies with the general knowledge of everybody that understands carbon fiber, I have no interest in any of their frames. I'm also really not into the whole putting metal on the front of the frame thing. I don't. It's carbon fiber or nothing for me. What was I just gonna do? Oh, the rest of the vertical side plate stuff. Frank Nicholas says, tape the motor wires down. I'm gonna, Frank. Give me a minute. I am getting there. Pandemic Pilot says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. He also says, what do you think about the linchpin? I don't really have many thoughts on the linchpin. I'm definitely not in this camp of people that has decided that that Terry and Joshua and everybody involved in it are a bunch of fucking assholes and they should be beaten with sticks. I'm certainly not in that camp. I believe that we should all do whatever the fuck we want to do in life, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, and the linchpin doesn't hurt anyone. So the reaction that I gotta tell you guys, I was really disappointed in FPV when I was watching that live stream, trying to moderate the chat in that live stream. I really like, yeah, it just really made me sad, and like embarrassed, like embarrassed for Terry to see like to see the people just be so fucking vicious and like, I don't know, man. It didn't feel like FPV to me. It felt like a bunch of fucking babies that, I don't know, man. I was just really shocked by how many people were just being so awful about it. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like you can disagree with somebody, or not. You can disagree with somebody top to bottom, but if they're not hurting people, right? Like that. I don't know, man. I'm not a spiritual person. I grew up without religion. I'm a very scientific kind of person. So on one hand, like, I kind of maybe a little bit get where those people are coming from, but I think it's important as a fucking adult in that scenario to realize that this isn't a situation where anyone is being hurt, right? It's a creative thing that maybe nothing comes of it. Maybe something really cool comes of it, right? Like, there was a time where the whole of the Earth was pretty sure that flying from Europe to America was impossible. All right? It's probably a lot. Is it safe to say hundreds of thousands of years, right? That organisms on Earth didn't think that would be possible, and now it is. So, like, I don't know, man. It was just so fucking weird to see people get so fucking angry about something that, like, had nothing to do with them, but it's just very weird. You know what I did forget? I knew I was going to forget something. I forgot to put the goddamn shrink wrap onto the... I may have remembered to plug the UFL antenna in, but I did forget to put the fucking shrink wrap on it. I like to put shrink wrap on it so that I can then shrink it to the zip tie that I inevitably mount most of my stuff to. So in this case, I'm going to have to use another zip tie, which is not the end of the world. It does work. It works fine. I just like it better with shrink wrap. Maniac says, I think a lot of people have turned off by Terry for his domestic abuse issues. That is totally fair. Totally fair. But when I was moderating that chat, I think like 2 people called that out. That's not why people were mad. From the comments that I moderated, which was most. And I was in there for the whole thing. And supposedly there's more. The domestic abuse thing is not as cut and dry. It's not as cut and dry as he was in the wrong. We should demonize him forever. As that shit tends to be. there certainly seemed to be enough gray area where I had to kind of go, all right, well, let's not ignore that, but let's maybe not also demonize, because what if it's bullshit, right? What if somebody brought you up on domestic abuse charges, right? And they were total bullshit. Like just right now, what if somebody sued you for domestic abuse? You probably didn't do it. I mean, I hope none of you guys did it. If I find out any of you guys did anything like that, you're out. But yeah, right? And then so all right, so what if that happened to me? What if Kristen brings me up on bullshit domestic abuse charges tomorrow, and you guys all jump on the bandwagon and say, "Oh, you're a fucking piece of shit," and then it comes out that it's not, that it was not true? Wouldn't you feel like a fucking asshole? That's one of the things that drives me in life, is like I try to do things that I'll not feel like an asshole about later. Just as like a general rule. So yeah, I was so excited to have you know, like a known person, right? And it didn't help that I had to be, I mean, I didn't have to, but I chose to be, to sit in there and moderate all the bad shit. Like, I could have just sat back and said, nah, one of the other moderators will do this. I'm just going to be involved in this video and just ignore the bullshit comments. But I chose to not do that, so I guess it's kind of my fault. But I don't know, it was just like, if a couple people had been nuts about it, it would be one thing, but it wasn't a couple people. It was like half. And that's what confused me. There's a... You guys hear that? No, pandemic, I'm glad you brought it up. Because I haven't heard anybody talking about that aspect of it. And it's, you know. Drone pilot got falsely accused of assault against a woman. I was in another state. Video footage of me in a restaurant I was at while working interstate, and it still cost me $35,000 to defend. So there you go, boys and girls. There's an example of why you really don't want to jump to conclusions. Yeah, I mean, that could have, if, like, imagine if Drone Pilot was in, like, financial duress before that happened. That could have ruined his life. Or imagine if he had mental illness, like, if he had mental illness issues and that pushed him over the edge, right? Jumping to conclusions could have killed a person. And I mean, it has, right? Obviously, that's happened before. Gotta be careful, man. We gotta be fucking careful. The internet makes it so easy to, like, just attack people, and I'm not fucking like, I get all riled up politically on my personal page sometimes, and I say dumb shit, so I'm not any better than anybody, but we have to fucking talk about shit like that and make more of an effort. Right now I am measuring out and cutting electric tape so you guys aren't missing anything. We got that electric tape cut. I'm going to zoom this camera out a little bit. Also, and with, it's hard for me to say this when it comes to male on female violence, because there's a zero tolerance policy. It is just not fucking okay in any way, shape, or form. There's no excuses. There's no. And it's not even just, you know, it's not even just, I shouldn't even say male and female, just like abuse in general, right? It's so over the line and it's so destructive in so many ways that, but the flip side of that is that people can and do change, right? So it brings up this like impossible conversation of like, how do we manage that, right? Like how do we give people the opportunity to make mistakes, and grow from their mistakes, but at the same time not let the world get taken over by like monsters, you know? It's a very slippery slope. It's a very, very slippery slope, but we all make mistakes all day, every day, right? Like all I do is make mistakes. I'm really good at it. It is the most human of things. It's kind of what makes us human, is the capacity to make mistakes, right? Computers can't do that shit. Computers don't know how to make mistakes unless we're the mistake. Or no, unless we program the mistake, I should say. So there's that like impossible aspect of it, right? It's tough, man. All we can do is talk about it and try to be better, right? Like that's it's what makes all the political stuff around correctional facilities is like, oh my god, it's just such a nightmare, because it's like nobody's right or everybody's right or everybody's wrong, or it's just it's very, very confusing. Very confusing. Pandemic Pilot says 8-bit flipping. What the hell does that mean? ECC RAM exists for a reason. I don't know what that is. I don't know what ECC stands for. Look at this beautiful electric tape on the motor wires job I'm doing. I like electric tape. A lot of people are super jazzed up on the Emax tape, that fabric Emax tape. I keep forgetting to look for it because it looks like good stuff. You know who I found out about that from is Nick Burns. If you don't know who Nick Burns is, you are missing out. Look him up on YouTube, Nick Burns FPV. He is the micro reviewer that you want to be watching. If you only watch one, it needs to be him. He does a better job than anybody at actually flying the rigs, and he's a good pilot. So when he says the flight characteristics of this rig are X, Y, and Z, you can actually trust him. I mean, well, the fact that he'll even say something like that it really separates him from everybody else, because they don't really talk about that. Other than saying that everything flies smooth, right? That's the typical flight feedback that you get from most reviewers is regardless of the product, you know, it could be a fucking camera. Somehow a camera makes rigs fly really smooth. It's fucking amazing. Hey, that's what that vibrating sound was. I know this looks insane, but this is actually a good little thing to do to your rigs. Just treat them like a tuning fork and just hit them, because they do have like some... See, and now it's back. What the hell is that? There's like there's a little rattling sound, and rattling sounds are bad. Where's it coming from? Oh, it's the prop nuts. It's the prop nuts being loose. Yeah, you don't want any rattling sounds. Do this now. Take your rigs and do like you just saw me doing. Just take your finger and just ding 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 ding. Just smack them. It's kind of cool because you'll You'll be able to hear the resonant frequency of the frame, which is just kind of interesting. But yeah, you're looking out for little rattles and shit that's loose. And now there's nothing loose anymore. That being said, let's do some final tightening of things. Super, these front arm motor screws are going to loosen up and move, so pay attention to that. It's mainly because I have them on washers so that they don't dig into and cut through the TPU. So pay attention to that. I should have blue Loctited the front motor screws, but I didn't. And this build has been going on for way too long already. So I'm going to leave that to you, my friend. Props? What do you think? No! No props yet. We plug it in first, remember? And look, now... Ow, I just hit my face on the thing. Now, the USB port faces down. So that when Super gets into a big hard collision and this top plate compresses... See how much compression I can put with just my little skinny fingers? It's not going to squash and destroy that USB port. I forgot to put screws on the top of the goddamn flight controller stack. Fuck. I think I might be able to sneak them in there, though. The reason why that happened is because SuprDlux didn't have screws in there, or didn't have nuts on top of the flight controller, so there were no nuts on the desk in front of me. So I blame Super. Tiago says the textile tape is from the auto industry. Ask the guys from the auto shop. It's used for the wire harnesses. You know, I didn't even realize that's what it is. It's totally that. It's totally that. I hate that shit. That shit fucking deteriorates on every single car I've ever owned and causes me headaches. Front screws will get loose. Noted. Drone pilot was searching for a vibration on a 7-inch rig for ages by doing that. It ended up being vibrative because I didn't screw the top plate on. So it wasn't rigid. Yeah, that shit'll happen. I wish I could say I haven't done that, but I'd be lying. Maniac says, you mean sexy fingers? SuprDlux says, I blame FPV Crate. No, don't blame them. They know what's up. They're doing God's work over there. Top plate screw things. All right. Let me see if I can sneak these in. This is going to be a miracle. If I can get these to catch the threads. But the amount of time that it's going to take me to pull this completely back apart to get free access, it is well worth trying to just kind of sneak this on here. And I'm off to a terrible start thus far. God damn it. Well, I mean, I only have to take the side plates off, I guess. Can I do it with my fingers, maybe? Please. Please. Please, thread. Please. Nope. Of course not. This shit ain't gonna happen. I've tried to do this before, and it's just not gonna happen. Let me I'll just rip the fucking Band-Aid off now. God damn it! Oh, and I'm gonna have to take the fucking camera out. Well, maybe I can just see something. Maybe I can just pull the side plates away just enough to get enough access. Let's see what I can do here. Definitely have to take this off though. Ah, I can't believe I did this. What a stupid mistake to make. No, that's not gonna work. I can see the writing that's on the wall. With this, I'm gonna have to pull it all the way apart. Ah, shitters. Hope you guys like 5-hour-long live streams. Oh wait, no. I forgot to remove this one. Ooh. We might actually have the gap. I don't think I've ever done that before. Hit my elbow in a very weird place just now. No. That's a big fat no. Frank says just get the top what, the battery plate? That fucker is so hard to remove. Well, it doesn't help when you still have this strap in it. I was wondering why the top plate wouldn't come out. Or the battery plate, rather. It's because the goddamn strap was going through it. There we go. Alright. Oh my god, it's still so hard! Why is that offset? Oh, right, because that's being pulled away. This looks like a job for the nut grabber. Look at it, grabbing those nuts. If you want your own nut grabber, and you know you do, scroll down in the description. All the way down at the bottom in the tools section is an affiliate link to get your own nut grabber from Amazon. You're going to love my nuts. I just hear Charlie out in the living room. I'm in the basement and kill some rats. Come on, nut grabber. Do a better job than that. Yes. What's Sir Harold of Pottersville up to, Kristen? Anything? Sleeping in the bedroom. On top of the pile of laundry. Like a king. King Dingaling, maybe. Ooh, yeah, that nut grabber life. God damn, if I didn't have a nut grabber, my life would be so much worse. That's what she said. No, it's not. That's never what she said. Unless the she is working on quads. See, that's the real reason why there's no women in this hobby. Because they're way smarter than we are. And they look at this and they go, wait, so you're telling me I have to build and then smash the shit out of and then repair? The fuck is wrong with you? And then they don't, and then they get into another hobby that requires less stupidity. Requires is a strange word to use there, but I think you guys know what I mean. Okay, plastic nut. So you're just gonna be a total douche? Detective Douche is a character on Lucifer. I think this plastic nut is like maybe stripped out or something, because the nut grabber is having no luck with it. I'm gonna throw it away. Tiago says, have you ever tried this for soldering? Yeah, hemostats. I have a whole bunch of hemostats. You know what I hate about hemostats? They are way too strong. They like mangle the fuck out of the wires. My dad is like appalled that I don't use hemostats. That was his like #1 thing for me to get better at soldering is to use hemostats. But yeah, I've tried a bunch of times and they just clamp down way too hard. The closest thing that I've got, which I do use occasionally, is this little wood-handled bastard. Because when I put this down flat on the desk, it's like raised up like that. But yeah, even these, like, it clamps. Like, look at that. Look how hard it's clamping on my finger, right? Like, on a 30 gauge wire, that puts more stress than I want on a 30 gauge wire. So yeah, I don't use hemostats. They're just too grippy. And I haven't figured out a way to make them less grippy. Like, I haven't figured out a way to like bend it in a certain direction that makes it less grippy. One of the plastic nuts looked different than the rest. And even though it's not my quad, I like to support good mental health. So I'm going to switch it out. It's just one of the many services I offer is forward-thinking mental assistance. Oh my God! Why does every single nut that I take out? There's one. It looks like the others. There we go. Okay, good. Grab our nut. Who doesn't have a nut grabber? Admit it. Admit it in chat if you don't have a nut grabber. Say no nut grabber. Admit it. Are you too afraid to admit it? Who's not afraid to admit it? Anybody? I mean, fair warning, as soon as you admit it, I'm just going to call you an idiot, so... If you don't want to be called an idiot, don't admit it. Get a nut grabber, guys. Trust me. There are just certain situations where I will get so fucking frustrated, and then the nut grabber will just come and be like, "Dur, dur, dur! I'm to the rescue." It's really like that too. Like it really does. There just are these situations where nothing else is gonna work. Like the nut grabber is the only option, and like I don't know about you, but the micros just make me feel like a big fat-handed, like just clumsy shitbag giant person. And in real life, I'm closer to ninja than I am to giant. Ninja as in ninjutsus, not the shitbag. Everybody's angry at ninja right now, and I'm just assuming that it's justified. But I don't actually know anything about him. I think Philip DeFranco was talking about him recently, which is usually not a great sign, because Phil usually talks about people that are acting like assholes. Just, you know, normally, fucker, I forgot the goddamn camera again. Drone pilot with the required joke. What are you laughing at? The show? Turn that up as loud as it'll go. Rewind that and turn it up as loud as it'll go. I'll turn the mic up. Alright, I'm gonna shut up. You guys just... Oh, wait, no, we can't do this. Nope. Definitely don't do that. It's the... Turn it down. No, I'm gonna get copyright strikes. Turn it down. Blah, 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 blah. Can't hear it. Can't hear it. My wife is gonna get me kicked off YouTube. It's always sunny in Philadelphia, D-Bird. I'm typing into YouTube, and go figure, there are a million amazing YouTube videos dealing with this.
Just need to know we don't
I'm dumping them into the oh god, no, shoo, god, no, okay. Alright, there we go. I'm just gonna paste these so that you guys have something good to watch since you've been suffering through watching me for 5.5 hours. There you go. There you guys go. Alright. Here, it was just the, when she's in the bathroom, that scene. In one of those 4 links, there will be D in the bathroom, dressed as a bird, and you'll get to experience the greatness that Kristen and I just experienced. Deandra Reynolds. Everyone. Deandra Reynolds. Plugging into Betaflight, although I guess we don't really need to plug into Betaflight. This was a flying rig that had some stuff break off of it. Yeah, wow, I guess we're done. Right? Because it flew. It's going to fly way better now. Oh, wait, no, motor direction. We can check motor direction. That's important. Let's do that. Battery that Super put in the box. I'm not going to trust it because I did desolder the battery lead. So we're going to use our Vifly. If you don't have a Vifly, go get one. It's the only, according to Joshua, it's the only, well, and anybody else that knows electricity, smoke stopper that actually works. 3, 2, 1. All right, so it tripped the smoke stopper, but it tripped the smoke stopper while it was beeping, so that's fine. There's a switch. You got to reset it by unplugging it. There's a switch that puts that blue light on, and what that blue light means is that you're changing it from 1 amp to 2 amp of output. So at 1 amps of output, it tripped when the motors started beeping, but we're gonna fire it up on the 2 amp, and then it tripped because the motors were beeping. Basically, is what happened there. So now there we go. So now we're good. Let's spin some motors up. See if we can get it to trip again. Motor 1 is in the right spot. Well, wait. I guess we know that I guess we know that the motors are going to be in the right spot. But we need to check which direction they're spinning. What's up, Keen RC? How are you? Jason Crabtree says, do your fingers count as nut grabbers? Steel is too cold. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Jason. And thank you for the laugh. Steel is too cold. All right. Out. In. All right, so we got a reverse motor 1. Out. Terrific. And in. So motors 1 and 4 need to get reversed. We're going to do that real quick here in BL Heli 32. License to Drive says, I think after I finish watching Buffy, it has to be Firefly. Have you not watched Firefly yet, License? Go now. What are you fucking doing here? Get the hell out of here. Jeez. You're wasting time with me. You're wasting my time having not seen it, if you haven't seen it. Because I don't want to be friends with people that haven't seen it. It's that good. Okay, motors 1 and 4 need to get reversed. We're going to reverse motor 1 first. And now we're going to reverse motor 4. And while I'm at it, I'm going to do all the other tricks that I do in here. Which is going to be to connect back to all 4. And I'm going to go up to 48K because it really does make a difference on micros. And micros don't have that throttle chop issue. I'm going to move the beacon delay down to 3 minutes, which will at some point scare the shit out of SuprDlux. I can't wait for that to happen. Basically, if the rig, what this beacon delay means is that if the ESC hasn't seen any action in 3 minutes and 8 seconds, it'll start beeping. Like maybe it's stuck up in a tree, maybe it's, you know what I mean? And then I'm going to move the beacon signal volume up a little bit because it's just not all that loud with micros. And then I'm going to turn on, brake on, stop, so that when you disarm, it stops the propellers as quickly as possible. Right to setup. Away we go. Schnaub says the firmware needs to be updated for RPM filters. Schnaub, this is a rig that's already been flying. So I'm actually not changing much. I mean, my assumption was it was already on the RPM filters, but we should take a quick look. That rebooting flight controller window is frustrating. Oh shit, bidirectional's not on. Super, what are you doing? 4.1.0. You didn't turn it on? What are you, crazy? Did you at least update the ESC? Game of Drones it says, I feel like Ciotti just held my Sunday off of work hostage, but I can't stop watching. Yeah. Mine too. Stall protection. I never noticed that. That's interesting. Connect. And check. And not going to save his diff because I'm not going to make huge changes, Private Island. I'm just going to do like little subtle things. What am I doing here? How the hell do you flash in BL Heli 32? It's been fucking forever. Oh, it's in here. This is the right way to flash in BL Heli 32 is you go to this because it allows you to do all four at a time. 32.7. Yeah, flash selected ESC. What? Oh, god damn it. The computer's too old. I gotta do it on the fucking laptop. Super, I'm going to leave this to you. I'm going to leave this as it is. I'm going to test hover it. It's going to hover fine. Yeah. This is... I'm sure you've done this before. So I don't feel bad bailing on it. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it here. And we can pick a winner. Twisted Skies. Shady says, I've done all of the things on my 3-inch in 4.1 and my mate's one still flies better on 3.5.1. So what that says to me, Mr. Shady, is that he's got a better... well, it says two things. He either has a better mechanical... His build is either better than yours mechanically, meaning he's got maybe smoother motors on there or... more screws tightened up than you know what I mean, shit like that. Or, well, the other thing is that 3.5 it has a lot more built-in filtering. So the you said flies better. In my opinion, less filtering flies better because less filtering handles prop wash better and has less latency. Some people don't notice that, I guess, is the most diplomatic way of saying that. You know what I mean? Some people won't notice that difference, or if the mechanical system has enough vibration in it that it requires that extra filtering to fly properly, right? You see what I'm getting at? Anybody that says 3.5.7 flies better than 4.1, 4.2, 4.0, whatever, they either have beat-ass rigs that need the extra filtering, and you can get that extra filtering in 4.1 and 4.2. You just need to add it. you need to take those sliders and move them. If you don't do that, hell yeah. 3.5.7 with more filtering by default is going to fly better. Yeah. And then Emu Flight is a whole different thing. Emu Flight has another pre-cooked set of filters. Sometimes that'll work better. The big issue with me with Emu Flight is that they don't use RPM filtering. And RPM filtering is arguably the biggest advancement to come to flight software in 2 years, 3 years. But you got to spend a minute or two tuning, sometimes. Props are out. D-Shot 608K. There is the beeper, the ESC beeper going off, which is really nice because it's just reminded me that that it's still plugged in. That's the other thing that's really nice. Motor 1 is now going in the correct direction, as is motor 4, and I'm going to unplug this battery. That right there is also why most of these nano VTXs ship in pit mode, because if that nano VTX had been sitting there on 200 milliwatts banging away for those 3 minutes, it would have cooked. So as you're getting super angry trying to figure out how the hell to get your nano VTX out of like infinite pit mode right out of the box, hopefully that'll make you feel a little bit better about it. Okay, a couple super quick little tweaks here, and then we're gonna do a fucking Moongoat giveaway, yo. $100 frame is gonna go to somebody for free just for putting up with the lankiest, gangliest, shittiest streamer for the last 6 hours and 15 minutes, or someone who was smarter than the rest of you who just went to that video 5.5 hours ago, dropped a comment, and went about their business. Double A says, do you recommend those with BL Heli S ESCs to flash to BL Heli M so they can RPM filter? Absolutely, Double A. RPM filtering is a game changer. Period. Like, end of story. The ability for the flight controller to know the exact RPM of each individual motor, that's a huge deal. Huge deal. And the really nice thing is that the BL Heli S ESCs with the RPM filtering, either by Jazz Maverick or JESC or whatever, perform amazingly well. Death Sneeze says Ciotti needs Emu Flight. It's coming. Here, look. It's down there. I'm gonna maybe this Wednesday actually. It's gonna go on the Whoops first. I don't need it on 5-inch rigs because Betaflight flies. Perfect is a pretty absolute word, but I can't make my 5-inch rigs prop wash anymore. So like, what is Emu Flight gonna do better? The rate setup in Betaflight 4.2 is an absolute dream. And yeah. So we're gonna go up a little bit on the P gains now that we have even smoother running motors. Oh, you know what? This is somebody else's rig, so I'm gonna leave it on the sliders. I haven't used the sliders in a while. How do they? So P and D gain, that's moving both the P's and the D's. Now, you know what? That's right. So this is what I always used to do. This is like my recommendation for you guys for Betaflight as like a first pass. if you know the rig has somewhat smooth motors, just move this P and D gain slider up to 1.2, and a lot of times that's all you'll ever need to do. Like it'll just it'll just really do a good job. Death Sneeze making some very absolute statements about the performance of Emu Flight. I think a lot of people that look at black box logs might disagree with you there, Death Sneeze, but that's okay. To each his or her own. Hey, what I am gonna do is make these feed forward values as low as the sliders will allow. This is actually something I really recommend. If you haven't flown low feed forward and you like when your footage looks smooth, do this. Or if you want to be like me, just zero the fucking feed forward values out. Although I don't zero them out. I run roll at 5, pitch at 10, yaw at 40. You should notice that your footage looks a lot smoother after doing that. The rig won't feel as lively, but that's okay. You'll learn it. You'll learn to fly around it, I should say. Jasper S says, why did you set D-min and cutoff to 50? Basically, what that does is a lot of people have been turning D-min off because it doesn't move the D-gains fast enough. This is how you get the D-gains to move fast enough. So by moving the gain and the advance up to 50, basically, so when you're cruising around, you're going to be running the D-min D-gain values. So 24 and 26. You're just cruising around. That's where your D-gain is going to be. You do a real quick snap 180, let's say, into prop wash, and the D-gain is going to rise as it's needed to fight that prop wash off. And raising those gain and advance values makes that D-gain rise earlier and faster. I forget which is which, but one of them makes it start increasing earlier, like literally sooner, and the other one makes it go up faster. And they go up to the D max value. So yeah, when you're cruising around, your D-mins are down here on the nice low value. It keeps the motor temps down. It keeps mid-throttle oscillations at bay. It's more efficient. But then when it needs it, it goes up to the D-max. And I usually will raise these D-maxes quite a bit. I think I can do that with P to D balance. Yeah, there we go. All right, so there's one more little tweak that I think you guys should make, which is to move the P to D balance up a little bit. This is how the sliders work in 4.1. In 4.2, the sliders work a little bit differently. So just keep an eye on the values. What we're trying to do is add a little bit of P and a little bit of D. The P and D gain slider adds them both, which is great, but I always like a little bit more. I like the D maxes to be pretty damn close, if not right on top of the P gains. Again, because we can do that now because these D-min values are where the D-gain is going to spend most of its time. And then in these really, prop wash kind of situations, it's going to quickly go up to these crazy high values, but then it's going to come right back down. So when you're in prop wash, yeah, the motors are going to get a little bit hot. I would rather have the motors get a little bit hot and squash all the prop wash because your D-max is cranked versus, right, the motor's staying cool and you sitting in prop wash. That's my thought on tuning. Lots of different opinions on tuning. Don't take mine as the end-all be-all. Do your own research. I'm also moving auto smoothness up a little bit for you. In the RC smoothing, it just makes the feed forward work a little bit better. None of this other stuff I really need to touch because this rig was, oh god, oh, what's it called? Rush Tiny Tank VTX table. Somebody please make it easy for me. Oscar, are you going to make it easy for me? SuprDlux doesn't use VTX tables. How the fuck do you change the channel on your VTXs then? Just search for the word table. Oh god, it's finding everything. I don't, he says. I set it to R4 and pay people to stay off my channel. I mean, that's one way to do it. Hey, Jasper, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Smart Audio 2. 2.0 or 2.1? I'm going to take a guess that it's 2.0. And save. What? Not supported? Oh, right, because you don't even turn the goddamn UART. Oh, man, I don't know what you... God damn it. And I didn't look. I didn't look to at where that that wire was. And the VTX is now upside down. Shit sticks. Well, it's on the... What, Super, what is this? Lumineer F7, maybe? That is a lot of UARTs. 20 by 20. This is the one, I think, right? Yeah. This is it.
I'm really hungry, and I know you're really busy. And I am too. I'm just gonna go to McDonald's and bring us something.
Cool. Why were you? Don't wait for me to eat, Kristen.
No, I wasn't waiting for you. I just got so wrapped up I didn't
Okay.
realize.
I'm just making sure. Oh god, that's not what I wanted to click on. Where the... Manual. Got it. Found it. Manual. Okay, so VTX is on which side of this board? There it is. VTX, and then they... Okay, so they have a port that they call SA. So, what UART is that? It is UART 5. Let's see if it works. Wow, it's been long enough that my voice is starting to crack. You may have been streaming for too long if you lose your voice. Who remembers that from the 24-hour stream? Like 5 or 6 hours in, when my voice just went completely to hell all at once, and then miraculously came back. Thank God. Hey, that's a good sign. And I'm gonna load from file. I'm gonna assume it's 2.0, not 2.1, and we're gonna save. Nope, that's not the right save. This is the right save. Wait, no. I want to turn on low power disarm, because it's a beautiful feature, and I'm gonna go race band 4, power level 200. We don't need to go all crazy with 500 yet. We're gonna go 200, and then we're gonna save it. As long as it's less than 12 license, if you go over 12 hours, your live stream gets deleted forever. All right, we got that saved. Let's connect. And I think, isn't there a way to see in here whether or not it's working? Yeah, it's probably working. Let's look power up to it and find out. Oh God, what's going on? So this is the first time I've put power to it without the smoke stopper. Luckily, nothing caught on fire. Come on, quad. Be on race 4. Be on race 4. Yeah, it's on race 4. And there's no video. God damn it. It is on race 4, though. Yeah, that's a signal, but it's a signal sans video. So the first thing I like to do when that happens is plug it in while I'm wearing the goggles so that I can see if there's any OSD startup. And there's not, which is strange. Why would there not be OSD? Do you not run OSD, Super? Nah, camera cover's not on. Okay, is the OSD turned on? It is! Pit mode won't, so pit mode will be static. This is gray. So there are OSD elements. That sucks. Fuck, I'm not bound to this either, so I can't even easily hook up to it. Well, that's a quad build. I need a break, so we're gonna do the giveaway, and I'll continue to work on this either offline or maybe on tomorrow's stream or something like that. But that's about all I have in me. 6.5 hours is a long fucking time. Plus, Kristen's getting McDonald's. Oh, she better get me a Big Mac. Hold on. Oh, that's a good stretch. Ooh. Big Mac, please. Yes. Getting that Big Mac, bros. Let's do a goddamn giveaway, friends. Who wants a Moongoat? I wish I could, like, incentivize... I wish there was a way for me to know... who's been here the whole time, so that I could like give those people more juice, but I can't. There's no way to do that. So I'm gonna go to YouTube comment picker, commentpicker.com. There it is. SuprDlux with a $20 super chat. He says, Big Macs all around. I'm buying everybody Big Macs. You get a Big Mac. You get a Big Mac. You don't get shit. Yeah, I know you. I see you. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Thank you, SuprDlux. You are the goddamn man. Here we go. Apparently, I turned into a fucking cheerleader. Look at this. Let's see what happened. We were at 672 views. I forgot to look at what the comments were before this. Let's see if... I'm curious if YouTube has had enough time to update the views. So let's see. 915. Ooh, that's pretty dope. If a video of mine gets over 1,000 views, I am super excited. Like that's and I know that's not much for anybody else's standards, but hey, I'm a basic bitch. What do you want from me? That's pretty dope that we almost got it to 175 comments. Holy shit. Cool Coyote said, when I realized they were chanting in Latin, I had no idea. I'm going to give that a thumbs up and say, what are they saying? I didn't realize that. All right, goddammit. Let's look at all these beautiful comments with time codes. For the record, I don't know if this makes me a huge... I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm a gigantic fucking narcissist, but I go through and click almost every... Like, on the 4-inch movement video, I was so fucking Chomper had 5 years of Latin. Chomper, what are they saying in the beginning of the video? Here's the link. I love seeing what you guys picked as your favorite moment in the edit. Like, that's really fucking cool for me. Yeah. It's really cool. So do that if you want me to read your comment. For real. Like, if you put a comment on any of my videos ever with a time code, I will fucking read your comment and click that time code. The curiosities is it gets me. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna grab the official link here and share my screen. And I think we already have a copyright. I think I already played a song in here. So we'll get a quick for any not familiar with this edit. We'll get a quick sampling. There's a bunch of cars. Bunch of nonsense. Banggood hats, apparently. A little bit of that. A little bit of this. A little bit of 120 frames a second. Oh. Look at that shit. Look at that other quad moving around. Fuck the car. Look at the other quad. Whee! Alright. Have I built up enough pent up anger? Ready? Here we go. It's happening. Put that in there. Filter duplicate. Definitely want to do that. Filter comments based on specific text. I mean, I guess I could maybe do that with like the colon, but whatever. I'll just, if it picks the wrong one. Ready? Gotta build the, I don't know. 158 unique commenters. I think I just clicked this button. Who's it gonna be? Who's winning the Moongoat? It's SuprDlux. Maybe. We're gonna check him. We're gonna check SuprDlux to see if he really won. There were instructions. I gave the instructions. Let's see if he followed them. And he liked 415 from the Sparks. Okay, SuprDlux, here's your moment. Here's your moment. Oh, so you don't share your, oh wait, yeah, he does. Big moment, guys, let's see. Oh, SuprDlux. I'll say this. I don't think maybe I didn't make it. Oh, they're not all loaded. Okay, they're not all loading. Okay. Hold on. Lord, are you in the chat? I can't see the chat, so I don't know why I'm asking you. Well, I'm not going to fucking scroll to the... Oh, it's already done. All right, let's see. Hey! SuprDlux, congratulations. You won a fucking Moongoat. Congratulations, bro. I'm going to try my best to get in touch with you. YouTube does not make it easy. You won, motherfucker. Moongoat. Lord, are you in here? Message me on Facebook or Insta at CiottiFPV with your info. No, I already typed that. All right, and I'm gonna post that on there. Don't lose hope. Hey, oh yeah, SuprDlux, you gotta check to see if. Oh wait, no, I guess I can do that. Although that was like an after. If he doesn't follow Super, I will feel bad because that was not, I didn't say that right away. Like, after a couple minutes, I was like, oh yeah, and you also have to follow SuprDlux, so there's a chance that he was already watching the video, so I probably, if he doesn't follow Super, I don't know if I'll hold him to that, because I was just a hot mess with how I described it, but alright, he doesn't follow SuprDlux yet, but yeah, I mean, do you guys remember when I was kind of shittily doing that? So yeah, I'm not gonna penalize him for that, because that's on me. I am gonna force him to sub to SuprDlux. I don't think he's in here, so I'm gonna put that in the Moongoat. Also sub to SuprDlux, or else. Congratulations, Lord FPV. I'm leaving that motherfucking comment. Don't lose hope yet, because of how impossible YouTube makes it for people to talk to each other. If like a month goes by and Lord FPV doesn't claim it, it's gonna get re-thinged. So yeah, maybe it'll get re-thinged. But in the interim, I am going to find his comment. And the only other way that I can talk to anybody through YouTube is to reply to their comment. So yeah, I'm gonna do that now. Private Island FPV with a $5 Canadian super chat. Lord's shipping is on him. Does that mean that Lord is in another country? Oh, snap. Thank you, Private. That is super cool of you. And thank you on behalf of Lord FPV. You're welcome for the stream, Death. SuprDlux says you got to check his comment and sub to me. We got that. Forevermore with the wee number of dollars, $4.20. I'll buy my own burger. It's cool. I like that one. Scrolling up, I want to make sure I didn't miss everything. Loon FPV says FPV DVR edit dropping tonight. There you guys go. If you guys want some FPV DVR edits, you know where to find it. Loon FPV. Click his name. You can look him up. Asylum with claps and thumbs and other things. Don Ladd says, you should. He never did it right. What? No. I messed up, Don. I didn't explain it. The problem is I didn't explain it all at once. I went, hey guys, do this thing. Oh, fuck, that doesn't work. Oh, shit. Well, here, do this other thing. Oh, yeah, and right, remember, you gotta subscribe to me. 10 minutes go by. Oh, yeah, right. Also, subscribe to SuprDlux. Like, it's on me, man. It's, Death Sneeze says, thanks for the stream. It was fun to hang, watch the build. Come back, Death. I think this is your first-ish stream. I haven't seen your name before. Come on back. Sundays at 3 Eastern. Mondays at 10 p.m. Monday nights, we really go nuts, man. It's a real shit show Monday nights. And then a lot of times on Wednesdays, we do Whoop Wednesday. Everybody click all the buttons down here that you feel like clicking. I'll never know if you don't, but YouTube makes things happen when you click it for me. So, you know, if you don't hate me. I think I'm good. I don't think I missed much from the last 10 minutes at least. Thanks for hanging, fuckers. Well, now the chat fills up with orange. Crack FPV sending his love. Asylum FPV made by Monday Morning Awesome. That's what I like to hear. Chomper FPV haven't eaten a go. Oh, God. I thought it was something. My mind's in the gutter. Haven't eaten Golden Arch Supper Club in years, but goddamn, you're making me reconsider. Don't do it. It'll just give you diarrhea. Artemis Prime, love you, dude. Love you too, man. License to Drive says, catch your next stream. Anon Arise says, thanks for the stream, man. It was enjoyable. Appreciate the escape from the crazy world. You and me both, Anon. Bill Grimes says, did you see I'm now getting I love go? What? Really, Bill? Oh, wow. That is just... Bill, go into your... go into your phone and see if Facebook has access to your microphone. And then tell me. If it doesn't, don't tell me. If it does, tell me. That's what I think. I think that usually happens. That's the only guess that I have. I used to work in SEO, so I have somewhat of an understanding as to how some of it works. And yeah, the only thing I can think of is that Facebook or Google or something on our phones has access to our microphone and it hears us say like goat and shit. Yeah, I know, Brian. I'm super behind on my email, man. You're on my list. Pandemic Pilot says, hope to get on some more streams. Sounds good. Hope to see you. Subscribe. Click the bell thing and you'll actually get... I don't schedule the streams until a little bit later than I probably should. So, like, for the record, guys, the bell button is going to be really instrumental in you finding me when I'm streaming again. SuprDlux says, congrats on the 6-hour stream. This was fun. Let's do it again. All right. Tyler says, thanks for the stream. See you tomorrow night. 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 All right, goodbye. Thanks for hanging. I just heard Kristen. Goodbye. Quarter of the way to the 24-hour stream. Let's go. Before the end of the year. Maybe. Pandemic Pilot with a $2 Californian Canadian super chat. 14M until stores close. What's that mean? 14M until stores close. Goodbye. Be good, guys. Here's some more flying for your faces. Man, I'm exhausted. I'm fucking tired. Here we go.
Got a straw. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, bye.
God. I'm gonna stop doing I'm gonna stop doing shit like that, man. At some point, people are gonna come in here that know how to make memes, and then I'm fucked. Be good, guys. There it is.